Good evening, everyone. Guess what? GPA Niagara is 5 days from now. Today's Monday. It starts on Saturday. It's time. Anzi, what's up in the chat? Yes, Anurag. This is very close to what I'm going to play in Niagara. I was pretty set on this like 2-3 weeks ago. I ran this through 5 leagues and I got 3 trophies and 2 4-1s. So I'm X and 2 across 5 leagues with this deck. So it already felt insane. And then just this weekend, locally in Pittsburgh, there was an Eternal Weekend Legacy Trial for a bye, which I won. Legacy Trial winner. 1-0 at Eternal Weekend already, and it hasn't even been announced. This deck has felt awesome all the time. Palace Jailer has been bananas. I think that people in the know are onto Palace Jailer now. This was just like an anti-control weapon for Death and Taxes for a while, but I think the control decks figured out that they want this card. I know you've been playing it, Anurag, in all sorts of shells, various Miracles colors. But yeah, Palace Jailer is the truth. I'll do a quick rundown of this deck again. If you tune in regularly, you're probably sick of hearing this by now, but if you're new, I'll run it down again. What I like about this version of the deck is this package right here. I am not going to play in the Friday PTQ. I'm driving up on Friday. And it's my girlfriend and I work at a school, and it happens to be our spring break. So Friday and Monday, she and I are going to hang out, do tourist stuff in Niagara. But Saturday and Sunday, I'm on for Legacy Battles. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to make it up for the PTQ, and I gotta be a good boyfriend and spend some time with my girlfriend on our vacation. So what I like about this particular Stoneblade deck that not everyone is doing is this row of cards right here. I have 5 1-mana counterspells. I think Pierce and Snare are both insane in Legacy right now. I have 3 Snapcasters to rebuy your cheap Disruption package. And then I have 2 Wastelands. Most Stoneblade decks don't play Wasteland, or they're just like the full Delver variant that have 4. But I think the best way to do it is be the rock solid mid-range version. But just play 2 Wastelands as like a surgical tool to pick off like a Dark Depths or a Rashadan Port. In the finals of my trial this weekend, I picked off a Grove of the Burn Willows, which turned off their Punishing Fire loop, and I was able to actually win the game, which I wouldn't have been able to do if they were looping Punishing Fire. So I've liked the 2 Wastelands a lot. Palace Jailer has been awesome. A lot of decks are up to 4 True Name Nemesis, but I like to hedge against my combo matchup a lot. So I have these 5 1-mana counterspells instead. As far as the sideboard goes, this past weekend I played 2 Priests instead of Priest and Crypt. Priest is better against Show and Tell and Dredge. Tormod's Crypt is better against Storm and Phoenix. So it's just like, but they're both good against. Containment Priest does nothing against Storm, I should say. Crypt is good against Storm. Yeah, Crypt is also better versus Black-Red because it costs 0. And if you get to turn 2 and stick the Priest, it's a complete fucking hammer. But yeah, Crypt is better because it interacts. Yeah, I don't even think I would board in the Crypt against lands. But, I mean, in this particular shell, I would have to, because I don't really have anything else going on against lands. Which brings me to my other change I made for this weekend. These 2 slots were a click and a back to basics. I had a back to basics in the second click spot this past weekend. That's because my local meta, I know, has a lot of Eldrazi and lands diehards, which click is pretty bad against. And we don't have a whole lot of Storm or Sneak and Show players. So I thought that was a good meta call. The rest of these cards I'm pretty solid on. Or this one is the other. Sword of Fire and Ice, the second click, and this piece of Graveyard Disruption. are flex slots. Like you could play a number of things here, but this is the setup I like for the online meta for sure. The Sword of Fire and Ice is really important against Miracles. Like Miracles is our worst uh, normal matchup. You do you think that are you arguing for it or against it? Because I'm pretty sure I do want one for the GP. Like I'm pretty sure I want the back to basics over the second click for the GP because yeah, like I'm in exactly the same spot, Anurag. So Anurag said he's arguing for it even though he hates it. So that's exactly how I feel about it because I would absolutely rather play a card like Vendilion Click or Sword of Fire and Ice that I'm really happy to have in my deck. But against like the cheese, like the Eldrazi's and like the 12 posts and the lands and the 4-color loams, like you really, really want to back to basics in your deck. But it's one of those cards that like it's a stone complete utter fucking brick, except when it's winning the game. Like I don't even bring it in against like Death Shadow, even though they have a like mono non-basic mana base. Like it's just like it's not even great against Grixis Control anymore. It used to be lights out against like Check Pile back when they were 4-color, but now Grixis Control just has a bunch of basics. They play Blood Moon in their own sideboard. I've seen Grixis builds that play back to basics themselves. Like it's just it's literally only for the like big mana nonsense decks, the lands decks, and like nothing else, which happen to be rough matchups for us. Like you can beat Eldrazi playing fair, but it's hard. You can't really beat lands playing fair, or like 4-color loam. Like I said, like if they get their if they start dredging loam, if they have some punishing fires going, you don't really have a path to victory. You just have to hope True Name Nemesis goes coast to coast, pretty much. And like lands, it's really tough to pressure lands enough without back to basics or graveyard disruption. Like after board, you have a plan. Like you bring in like these kind of things. The clicks probably come in too. They can clip a loam out of the hand in the draw step. They can block a Merit Lage for a turn. But like game one against lands, really it's just like stick True Name Nemesis as aggressively as possible and hope that you can answer Merit Lage. Like, because if you have to give them 20 life, then True Name just, you added 7 turns to the True Name clock. And the lands deck should be able to make another Merit Lage in 7 turns if their deck is functioning on any normal parameters. Like, my game one against 4-color loam in my finals this past weekend, like, game 2, he just never found a black source and died with, like, a bunch of Lilianas and Assassin Trophies in his hand. But game 1 was actually, like, really long. Like, I ended up having the Palace Jailer for his Dark Confidant. He had, like, a turn 3 Dark Confidant. I was on the play. I untapped jammed Palace Jailer and was able to, like, become the Monarch and fend off his Dryad Arbor that he fetched for it so he couldn't steal it back. And then we just played this forever game where it was, like, Grove of the Burn Willows versus the Monarch. And I never found a True Name Nemesis at any point in the game, which would have put a real clock on him. But like I ended up finding a wasteland, wasting the Grove of the Burn Willows, and then I just countered Life from the Loam like 7 times that game. Like I spell snared it again, snap spell snare. Now I'm attacking for 2 with Snapcaster. The next turn I snap spell snared it again. Now I'm attacking for 4. Then I hard cast a Force at some point, and I was eventually able to whittle him down before he ever got another Grove into play. So like that, it's rough. That is a rough plan, but it works against like 4-color loam because they are trying to win with creatures. But actual lands, it's not a good plan, but it's the only one you got. But it is a huge argument to have the 2 wastelands in the deck as opposed to 0. Like being able to just even clip the combo once, or like just have a wasteland in play, make them dance around a little bit. Let me see what I can do. Is that better? Can you hear me now? All right, cool. Yeah, so the plan against those unfair decks is not great in the unfair mana based decks is not great in the main, and then like doesn't get a whole lot better with this particular sideboard. I mean, surgical is a big deal. If you can deal with the first Merit Lage and then like exile the Thespian stage or the Loam, then you could actually reasonably beat them playing fair, even if you make them gain 20. But game one, when you can't break up that combo, you just have to counter it a bunch of times. It's tough. Though also worth noting, if Batterskull or Jitte connect once, and you can get above 20 life, then you can absorb a Merit Lage hit and possibly race them. Like that does matter sometimes if you have like a good clock on. Being not just dead to the first Merit Lage is a lot of breathing room. All right, any other questions from the viewers about the list or the strategy overall before I just fire up a league? This is the 75 I'm playing tonight. However many games we get in tonight, this is the deck. It's probably going to be like 72 at least of these cards. You feel like this list is favored versus Miracles. So I am terrified of Miracles with this list, honestly. Like, sure, I can just cheese them out. Like, if I have a turn 2 Stoneforge and then I can, like, Spell Pierce their Plow or whatever and just stick a Batterskull, those games feel easy. Or if I can, like, bait a removal spell or a counter spell with a Stoneforge and jam a True Name, that's good. But, like, if we settle into, like, a draw-go kind of game, every turn favors them. I was 2-1 against Miracles in the trial this past weekend, though my only loss in the Swiss was they were both straight blue-white with main deck back to basics. I lost in the Swiss when they just did what I just described. Like, I couldn't quite pressure them enough. I never stuck a Palace Jailer. Like, they just like revealed Terminus once, then the game was effectively over. Then they just took their time chasing me out. Then in the top 8, I played against a Miracles player who I will politely say didn't play perfectly. He tried to Flusterstorm my Jace at one point. That didn't work for him. He also did the old maneuver of snap my card for turn into my hand, and then like Terminus question mark like from the hand, which I did not allow him to do. And our game 2, he activated Jace on an empty board 3 times, and then I won somehow. Like, I had no pressure, nothing going on. And then he just never plussed his Jace, even though he knew that I had a Vendilion click. And I was able to just eventually maneuver to a point where I clicked him in his end step. He didn't have an answer, and then I just like picked off the Jace. And I won pretty easily from there. I set up the Caracas plus click. I have not played this deck with the London Mulligan yet. I did stream Legacy last Wednesday with the London Mull, and I was playing fair blue decks. And it felt pretty fine. Like, this deck in particular, at least compared to like Miracles, is not that soft to a Chalice of the Void. We're not soft to a Blood Moon. Neither is Miracles, but yes, Jarvis, I set up Cardboard Live. Thank you, Jarvis, for the plug on that. It's been great. Nice. 69 bits, that's the right number. Jarvis, you're winning the chat right now. And in our hearts and on our leaderboard. Yeah, so I will work on that when I'm not live, Yosoyez. What is the difference? I'm not an expert on extensions and overlays. So, yo soy easy. All right, that makes sense. It's Spanish. Got it. Oh, okay. Is that just like a button I click? Is that a very easy? All right, I think I just changed it, right? Is it that easy? All right, so okay, sweet. Thanks for the feedback, folks. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. So the problem in the Miracles matchup is that I have to be a Delver deck. Like I have to jam an early threat and protect it and just stumble over the finish line. Like unless I somehow get them to Hellbent and then stick a Jace when they don't have one, then I can play a control deck. But like plan A is just like stick something, like Spell Pierce is one of your best cards. You gotta like clip the Jace, clip the Snap Plow, like that. And we're just not a good Delver deck is the problem. We're very much a mid-range deck, but Miracles forces us to play like Delver. But I did go 2-1 against the deck this past weekend, so it's a positive record, though my only loss was to one of those Miracles players. Yeah, so if any more questions come up, let's ask them. Now's the time. The GP is 5 days away. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's really like my Delver quote unquote costs 3, not 1. So like they always get to play around Spell Pierce, pretty much. Like if I wait until turn 3 so I can cast a Stoneforge Mystic with Spell Pierce backup, if they just cast their Plow, like they're also on turn 3 at that point. So Swords to Plowshares plus their 2 land drops negates the Spell Pierce. So like it is really hard to just Delver them out. So like Vendilion Click is one of your best weapons in that matchup, which is tough because Vendilion Click is the card I've been cutting to fit Back to Basics into my deck for real life tournaments. And it's just like Back to Basics is a complete stone embarrassing brick against Miracles, and Vendilion Click's one of your best cards. So it depends on the texture of my hand, Honorog. Like, obviously, that answer is a bit of a cop-out. All right, this hand is a Brainstorm and a Fetch Land and a Threat, and a million Force of Wills. Jarvis, do I force this? I think I do, right? It's not getting any better. Or do I wait for a crop rotation? All right. Yeah, Mox Diamond's the best card in their deck. Don't have another one. Uh-oh, gamble. Yeah, we have mostly a million. All right. Oh, Mishan T is in the chat too. Man, powerful wizards abound. Legendary creatures. The chat is full of legends right now. All right, now they have this gamble. Are they gambling for another Mox Diamond? No, they're going to get Loam, right? All right, True Name's one of my best cards. I don't think I can go any deeper than this. All right, fuck it. You got it, opponent. Yeah, because I would have to pitch True Name to make this happen. Yo Soy Easy, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I heard you did well, Mishan T, this past weekend in the challenge, right? All right, here comes the Loam. That's not what I counter. If I was going to counter that, I would have countered the... All right, so I can play Stoneforge Mystic, or I can brainstorm to make sure I hit my land drop. I think that's probably more important. I could even brainstorm into Spell Pierce and like hit a loam for free. Yeah, I'm definitely going to brainstorm. Like this true name is going to be more important than anything else that's going on. His is better, he says. So Stoneforge can get out of here, and Flooded Strand also. Wow, you don't think Jailer's good? Jailer's been one of the best innovations for me. Like, that's the reason I decided this deck is playable, because I put Jailer in it. I force this, right? Like, for sure. Crop rotation's too good. Yeah, so I remember there was a while ago where I tried playing lands, and Jarvis told me mulligan every hand that doesn't have an Exploration or Mox Diamond. So, like, basically forcing them into that situation, and them having also the gamble, like, their hand was just pretty good. Yeah, I think in Miracles I would have... Uh-oh, now we're fucked. I think in Miracles I would have given them the Mox and then fought over other spells. Why would they lead on Exploration, Jarvis? Yeah, Daze is not a card in my deck. Alright, so now I can counter the next 2 loams. So that's pretty sweet. This true name is going to do his best here. And I don't have to counter every loam. I only have to counter the loams that get things that kill me. Alright, I am effectively racing for over the Burnwellers. They're not going to burn me out. Alright, so there's a stage. I don't care about Wasteland. Unless their one unknown card in hand is Dark Depths, we're fine. Alright, Jarvis says I have to snare anyway. He's the expert. Okay, they're out of unknowns. So now I don't have to snare unless I see a Dark Depths. Alright, so I am not going to snare here because I have perfect information and I don't care about stage without depths. Well, like the Jailer isn't only good in creature matchups. Like, it's also good in control matchups. All right, is this going to become another port? Oh, baby. All right, now we have another spell snare. So we snare them every turn they don't mill Dark Depths. All right, now we're on the clock. So I snare it this turn, I snare it next turn, and then they're dead. Unless they Bojuka Bog me. All right, so I'm going to snap this turn so I don't get locked into this port hole now that they have 2 ports. All right, Snapcaster's fired. All right, so they go to 5 from this attack, then I snare next turn, then they go to 3, or then they go to 2, then they can make Dark Depths, I don't care, then they die. All right, so they can port me 1 time, and then untap and port me 2 more times and still resolve Loam. All right, Stoneforge does not add to this clock, so I'm just not going to do it. Yeah, you can have that. Yeah, I've had exactly the opposite experience. Like I made room for sort of Fire and Ice. That card has been good enough. But I've had the exact opposite experience with Jailer. Dang. Alright, they get to Wasteland me here. I would have fetched if I was paying attention. I'm not going to lie. I was just busy talking to chat instead of playing my game. I'm going to get my Jitte here. So they should be dead, I think. Though I guess they could... They could have Glacial Chasm. We're still going to be over 20 life. Don't worry. Is there a chasm? Like, if they played perfectly last turn, like I could have cast Stoneforge Mystic, and then they port one of my untapped islands on my end step, untap, port, my other 2, then they can for sure resolve Loam. Like, if they just really wanted to masterfully play around everything, they could have done it. All right, so we stole a game 1 against lands. All right, Celestial Purge kills Merit Lage without them gaining 20 life. Yeah, Snare is insane. I have loved Snare in Legacy for a while now. All right, Surgicals come in. Like, this is actually a matchup where I like Palace Jailer a lot. Like, it's going to be great. If it ever resolves, it's just Howling Mine for me the rest of the game. All right, Vendilion Click's not great. Gideon can be good. All right, they're going to have chokes, so I want my Disenchants. And Nubunga, like, Spell Snare is insane in sideboarded games against Sneak and Show, too. Like, their main deck gets a brick. Yeah, Counterspell's bad. Yeah, in their... Against the Sneak and Show main deck, Spell Snare is a brick, but they're going to bring in, like, Defense Grid and Pyroclasms and things that cost 2. Council's Judgment... Like, I can get lower on Plows. Spell Pierce is good early, but it loses a lot of utility late. All right, I gotta go 4 more cards. It's been a while since I played against lands, like actual lands. That deck's way out of favor with all the Blood Moons and Back to Basics that exist right now. I like the Pierces and Snares. These can fight over those early things. Force of Will won us that last game. I could trim the Stoneforge package. Like, they have the Punishing Fires. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these. Yeah, the Council's Judgment is not ideal. Though with Wasteland, you can force them into a main phase version. Like, that's one of the utilities of Wasteland. but Purge replaces one of them, and this can clear a choke or like some other hateful permanent. And the problem is that like I don't really need 4 plows. All right, I have 9 seconds. We can continue talking about that and figure it out later. Like this isn't miracles. Well, this isn't miracles where like I just have to not lose and I'll eventually win. Like I need to actually win by pushing damage. All right, this hand is not playable. This hand is pretty great. I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to bottom the... Yes, Jarvis, I won game 1. True name went coast to coast, dealt 21 damage. So I have to get rid of one of these cards. I mulliganed, and we're in London, so I get to keep one of them. Like, I kind of want to keep Palace Jailer, but I don't even have 1 white source yet, much less 2. Like, I really don't want to fetch non-basics here. See ya, Jarvis. Yeah, this is actually tough. Puncher's Chance. The Wastelands have been awesome, and 2 seems like the right number. Winning with creatures is pretty satisfying, Nubunga. I'm not gonna lie. Bummer, that happened. Okay, I was like, did they not have a second land drop somehow? But they did, it turns out. Alright, so unfortunately, I don't want any of these cards. It's a little late for Spell Pierce. Unless I get... Yeah, it's not even gonna happen in time to get me out of a choke. Yeah, I'm just going to shuffle this. If they have turn 2 choke, then they just got me. We do want the plains, but we would have to take at least one of those other cards with it, and we don't want any of those. All right, they're on the just green-red rock deck plan right now. Disenchant would be a great draw. All right, so we get to brainstorm and ponder this turn. All right, there's a plains, there's a surgical. That's pretty sweet. We're going to want this Jace. All right, I'm going to put these 2 islands back because I just want all my spells, because spells are great. Yeah, the Wasteland has been so spicy. All right, so I don't... So now we're in kind of a more interesting situation. Unfortunately, I have the Sylvan Library, so why would they keep a hand with only 2 lands? They have 4 spells in their hand right now. If they hit any land drop, they're going to be able to cast Choke this turn. So I think we have to shuffle this. Like if they didn't have Library, like if they made, I don't know, if they cast like some other card last turn, I would try to untap with Pierce again. But I think there's a good chance we're getting choked next turn. So I want to shuffle this up. All right. Looking smart, feeling handsome. Yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah, Puncher's Chance. Wasteland is a much better... It's like pretty close to free to put 2 in your deck. Like you still get to play a mostly mostly basic mana base. All right, Gamble's fine. I have Surgical. I'm ready. Let's see that Loam go straight into the graveyard. I can answer the first Merit Lage. Yeah, Nubunga, me too. I would easily keep any hand with 2 lands library. Yeah, Puncher's Chance. The Wastelands are great utility against those Cloud Post decks. Like, you normally just need to buy a turn or 2, like, and just send them to hell. Do we think this is what they gambled for? Seems plausible. Like, Wasteland is obviously great in this matchup, where, like, I could just take them off Dark Depths. Alright, so I'm going to Ponder. I like my whole hand, so Brainstorm's not a great deal right now. Oh, I do want this Disenchant. I don't want any of this other shit, though. The True Name isn't... I wish I had more lands. This library is going to bury us, though. Alright, so... next turn... if they have Dark Depths, we might just die. So they can... if they play 2 lands... if they play 1 land, they can cop... if they play Depths in another land, they can port our white and then make a 20/20. Yeah, I've heard of Frenzy in lands too. It's savage. It's crazy shit. So if we think we're going to get another turn, I got to kill this library. And I have Disenchant right here to do it. If we don't get another turn, that sucks. Alright, so I am going to... I got to play my land too. I'll put my planes into play. So because of port, we're not worried about curving out. Like, let's just hope we don't die right now. Then we'll be good. I would force a choke. Hopefully I don't have to cast Force of Will this turn because I'm drawing a good force fodder next turn. Tireless Tracker. All right, we got that covered. Responding to the trigger so they can't play a second land in response. Get them right out of there. They only get 1 clue, not 2. All right, sweet. Tabernacle. All right, so we actually have a window here to shove True Name Nemesis into play. So I could cast True Name and just try to weather another turn with Library. That seems fine. I'm going to have to win this game somehow. All right, there it is. All right, now they have to respect my board a little bit. They were just living their best life a minute ago. I'm prepared for a loam. I have Force of Will for a choke or something, like something that has to be answered. All right, I don't care about a second exploration. They're not even taking advantage of the first one yet. Not consistently. I mean, obviously they're way ahead right now on lands. All right, we're getting another Grove. All right, they can't port me this turn. Yes. Let's just get Sylvan Library out of here and get to work. All right, now we're set up. Aha, we did it. Tenuous, but successful. They must have gambled for this Thorn because after this gamble resolved, they didn't do anything else. That was sweet. We beat lands. Good start. That's one of the tougher matchups, I think, especially with the no back to basics in the board. I'm definitely playing back to basics at the GP, though. There's going to be too many people. Like, the Magic Online metagame moves faster than real life, and it's cheaper. Like, real life people are kind of stuck with their decks, or like Death and Taxes is like a budget option. Eldrazi is a budget option. The like post decks, provided they don't have Tabernacle in them, are pretty budget as far as Legacy goes. So those big mana decks are pretty approachable. Yeah, Puncher's Chance. I'm going to leave the 2 Wastelands in the main, then I'll have 1 back to basics in the sideboard. That's probably how I'm going to build the deck. Like, you can there's versions that do well that have 2 back to basics main and no wastelands, and that's just like a totally different way to build the deck, and not that it's right or wrong. All right, I got a Force of Will, a Brainstorm, and a Fetch land. Life is good. Yeah, Wasteland is a totally fine card that you can put in Stoneblade. Like, Stoneblade has historically been known for techie lands. Like, the old, like, Esper Stoneblade used to play, like, in Academy Ruins. Drew Levin tweeted me when I tweeted out my list this weekend, and he was like, have you considered Scavenger Grounds? Like, you could play any colorless techie land in that spot. Well, the reason, Mission T, is that the metagame just moved. Like I was one of the first on Noble Hierarch. I'm not going to force that. Like, I was one of the first on the Back to Basics deck. Like, I got 9th on Breakers and then won back-to-back Legacy Classics in Star City tournaments. Cha-chow! With Back to Basics Miracles. Like, I know, but it's just the metagame moved. Like, if everyone isn't playing these cards because they're scared of Back to Basics, that's as good as me having Back to Basics, except I get to have real cards instead. All right, so I think I want to hit my land drops. Yeah, that's the plan. So, like, hanging out Tundra against Mavericks, kind of, and I'm never excited to do that. Yes, that was fucking nice. Okay, so if I force this, then Wasteland them, they might just lose. Or I could Snap Plow. I think Snap Plow is probably better. I'll save my Force of Will for something I really care about. Yeah, like right now, it's a good time to be those. Like, if everyone's playing Back to Basics to counter the meta, then I'm playing a deck that is good with Back to Basics. Like, I can see forcing that. I think it is defensible. All right, I think I have to waste the Cradle now. And then I can Snap Plow whatever they actually cast. Puncher's Chance. I do have a sideboard strategy. It's just, like, mostly in my brain. A second Gaia's Cradle. What a monster. Yeah, Wasteland's not great against these decks, and I play enough lands that you can board out Wasteland when it's not good. Knight of the Reliquary. Alright, so I have Snap Plow for this. I don't really want to Force of Will this. That's a 2-for-1 in their direction when I could 2-for-1 them in my direction. Yeah, and I'm drawing Island this turn, so I can do it and maintain having Fetch Brainstorm up. Snap them. Yeah, the second Cradle was really weird. All right, so now they have one card in their hand, and we have Force of Will, Brainstorm, True Name Nemesis at the ready. If I have to force something, I'm going to pitch the True Name, because Brainstorm is more value over a long game. All right, so now I have an interesting choice. Do I just jam Force on this? I think I do. Like, I could try to Brainstorm looking for another Plow, or I could just, you know, answer it for sure. They have one card in their hand. All right, come on, Stoneforge Mystic. That's what I want. Spell Snare is pretty good against these decks. Stoneforge. Haha. Punished. All right, so I'm going to put back Delta and one of the plows. I'm going to play the Arid Mesa because maybe I want to draw the second plow. Maybe I want to shuffle it. I'll be able to decide based on what they do next turn. Though everything in their deck is a creature. Like Stoneforge Mystic is a thing I would counter. All right. They're on Mono Knight of the Reliquary Tribal. All right, in they come. Yeah, we're also on Swords to Plowshares Tribal, so the matchup is even. I am going to draw this second plow now that I might need it. I'm going to shuffle the next one, though. I don't want this polluted Delta. Oh, Puncher's Chance. I have this Snapcaster applying pressure, and if they stick another threat, it's going to outclass True Name Nemesis. Is this the fourth Knight of the Reliquary? Oh god, am I dead? Is this Zenith for 4? Is this Nissa? Is this Craterhoof Behemoth? What the fuck is happening? A third Cradle. They're up to something sketchy over there. Zenith for 6. I hope I'm not dead. Oh, it's probably that fucking Steve guy. The Archon of the Triumvirate. Oh, it's Primeval Titan. All right, Puncher's Chance. You win. You win the bets. Yeah, I thought it would be Archon too, but they appear to be some sort of green-white lands deck. I want to see what lands they get here before I plow this thing. That will affect both of our decisions. All right, those are some good lands. All right. So I'm going to fetch. And what do I need to do here? Yeah, their shitty hand worked out perfectly here. All right, so if I plow this, then they just make a 20/20. But if I don't plow this, I don't know, maybe I'll just draw Wasteland. I'm going to take a draw before I snap off my plow. Wasteland? Oh, right on time, Force of Will. Yeah, the 4... Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of this. Because I can't beat either of these cards. So I'm going to like kill the thing that's currently killing me, and I'm going to try to find an answer to the thing that's going to kill me next turn. We did draw the second sword, Lynn. We drew every sword we had access to. I have cast 4 Swords to Plowshares this game. Plow, snap, plow, plow, plow. It was not enough. Though if we draw Wasteland right now, we're good. Though this Birds of Paradise is also winning the race currently. I guess that's not true. They're on a they're on a 13 turn clock and I'm on a 14 turn clock. All right, come on, Wasteland or Swords to Plowshares, and we're dead. All right, lame. Yeah, their strategy of just ramming shit onto the stack certainly paid off there. Like, I wouldn't have forced the knight if I knew I had a plow coming, but like, you can't just know that. So, whatevs. All right, so Engineered Explosives would have killed their whole life. Supreme Verdict's going to be great against this deck. Jitte Connecting would have been great. Yeah, we kept every single plow we had access to. This deck is definitely going to have chokes in it. They had Merit Lage. I could bring in Priest against their Green Sun Zenith. That might be good. All right, Force. I like Shaving Forces. Spell Pierce is probably going to be bad in this matchup. It's going to, like, they're going to have chokes, which I want to pierce, but I don't want to pierce anything else, so it's tough. Are they a Loam deck? Did we see a Loam? Like, I saw Primeval Titans. I saw Green Sun Zenith. I saw Mana Creatures. Do we think that Loam is in this deck? Yeah, they had at least 3 Cradles in their deck. I don't know. I'd be pretty suspicious. Yeah, Containment Priest hits their Dryad Arbor. I agree, Anurag. I was not considering that one. Yeah, I think my plan in this matchup is connect with Umezawa's Jitte and don't get Primeval Titaned. Those are my 2 steps. Legacy Goblins, thanks for the follow. I heard you're back. Your deck is playable again. All right, Excavator. Did we see any targets for Spell Snare either? Like, do they also have a Stoneforge package? They're going to have Sylvan Library, though. And they could Zenith for 1. That gets got. I don't know, maybe they board into Thalia's. I have no idea what's in this deck. We're all just guessing together here. Yeah, it was 2 dead cards in game 1. I'll go down another one until I see a reason. Yeah, Teague. Teague is probably in their deck, but we got answers for Teague. All right, I want every white card that I have access to, except this one. All my other white cards are great. I gotta cut one more card. Is it just this other Spell Snare? We're just on 3 Force of Wills and a Counterspell? All right. Ran out of time to figure that one out. I'm not sure if this is optimal, but here we go. Let's just have a turn 2 Stoneforge and take them to Pound Town. Oh, Palace Jailer, True Name, and Force of Will. Legacy Goblins. I don't know if it's actually good, but I know that your arch nemesis Deathrite Shaman is gone. Yeah, the Pierces were already gone. Those were the first to go. So this hand needs like a little bit of help, but it does have a real threat and a real answer, a real win condition. All right, I'm going to keep this. Yeah, like I wish there was a cantrip. Yeah, Nubunga's the person to talk about Legacy Goblins. He has the deck all foiled out. He wants it to work so bad. Yeah, so I can answer a choke with this hand. Don't know what else I would want to be doing. Like, True Name and Jailer are going to be 2 of my best cards. So if I forced the Noble Hierarch last game, I think I just win, right? Because they played the Cradle before they made their land, before they cast their creature. Like, I could have just put them on 0. Ooh. All right. The Epic Conundrum. Bolt the Bird? I am going to bolt the bird here. I think it's worth doing. Oh, Puncher's Chance said hold it. So here's the thing. I want to slam True Name Nemesis next turn, which is a lot worse if they already have Knight of the Reliquary, like, up. Like, I could plow the Knight, obviously, instead of the bird, but, like, maybe they're just fucked. They showed me a lot of Gaia's Cradles last game. Like, maybe I just took them off 2 mana instead of 1. So, I like hitting the bird there. Since I have a strong 3-drop I want to slam. I don't know, like, that's like the classic, like, do I Force of Will the Demonic Tutor or Force of Will what they get with the Demonic Tutor? Like, do I plow the bird or do I plow what they cast with the bird? Zenith for 0. All right, Dryad Arbor incoming. Where's my Containment Priest when I need her? All right. So they are wide with creatures right now. I have Force of Will. Let's hope that they don't. All right, well, if their land is... Oh, I have to get Tundra here. Shit, I should have played the basic island. If I get wasted here, that's going to suck. Because I got to be able to cast Jailer next turn. So they can play Cavern of Souls and get to 6 mana this turn. Fuck, Wasteland. I got punished. I played bad. I deserve that. Should have just played the basic island. Oh, geez, they are a loam deck. Okay, confirmed. Yeah, so if I played basic island that turn, I think I'm just easily winning. If I get to jam Palace Jailer. Come on, white source. All right, I'll take a ponder. I'll always take a ponder. All right, sweet. We got a white source and a plow. No shuffle, play this. Get in there. This plow I am going to hold. Because now I'm not trying to mana screw them. I'm trying to stop them from deploying win conditions. They have 2 Misty Rainforest and a Wasteland in their hand. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, they just cycled a Cloud of Fairies. This is getting weirder and weirder, folks. Wait, who's talking about siding out Ponder? Was that a thing someone suggested? Whoever suggested siding out Ponder, they are mistaken. Cycling all these Cloud of Fairies is freaky. They're doing something here. This is like Legacy Amulet Titan somehow. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see that. Puncher's Chance. I would never side out Ponder. Yeah, cantrips are good magic cards. Is this a Knight? Is this a Choke? Lingering Souls? Huh. So, I don't want to Force of Will this, but it embarrasses the shit out of Palace Jailer. Wow, that's bad. Oh no, I can plow one of them. All right, I'm going to plow one of them and jail the other, and then I can force it on the back. Yeah, I'm not proud of any of this. And unfortunately, I have to fetch my second Tundra into the Wasteland that I already know about. But if they play Wasteland next turn, then they can't flashback Lingering Souls, because they don't have black. All right, let's go. This is pretty tenuous, and I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm going to board out Jailer now that I've seen Lingering Souls. I got to get damage in, though. Yo soy easy. I'm learning Spanish. Yo soy easy. Like, I gotta win this game. Like, even if they do spend this whole turn, if they have like Swords to Plowshares, connect, become the Monarch, True Name might still just beat them. Did they have Punishing Fire last game? Weren't they just green-white last game? All right, so here comes the Lingering Souls. Want to see the feel-bad moment of the night? Here it is. This better be good. Yeah, like they could. But that's a risk that I have to take. Like, Lingering Souls is bad news for this deck. I just need a Jitte. Alright, let's just draw Umezawa's Jitte right now. Alright, Palace Jailer's going to die right here. Alright, so Jailer has killed 2 of their creatures now. And drawn me a card. It's going to draw me another card. It's already a 4-for-1. Let's see how deep we can go. Swords to Plowshares, Snapcaster. That's not either of those things. Alright, so now I am going to hold on to this. I'm not going to attack with True Name now. Come on, Snapcaster. All right, we got a Force of Will. It's actually a good card here. Unless they waste us first, then it's bad. Really, right now, all I want in life is a Supreme Verdict. All right, they've gotten all the basic non-basic lands out of our deck. They still have one Misty Rainforest in hand that we know about. All right, it looks like we're going to get another card off this Monarch. Jailer is a 5-for-1 and counting. Oh god, is this... Alright, it's night. Alright, now I'd really like that Supreme Verdict right about meow. Alright, we're definitely losing the Monarch next turn unless we can get one of these knights. Supreme Verdict? Supreme Verdict. Alright, Swords of Plowshares is just what the doctor ordered. Let's hope they don't have a Sajiri step. Though they'd have to attack with both knights, so Sajiri step doesn't even save them. I'm also going to fetch right now so I don't draw my basic planes and just get totally fucked. Because there's only one fetchable land left in the deck. For Arid Mesa. Alright, let's see what technology they have. Do they have like a Kessig Wolf Run or something? That would not be cool. Yeah, Kessig Wolf Run. They would also need red mana, though they have Knight. Alright, Stoneforge Mystic right on time. I guess they can just like use these Knights to assemble Merit Lage. That's also a reasonable strategy, I suppose. And we know they have Loam now, so ruh-roh. This is a weird deck. I think if we had their 75, it would be a positive matchup, but them being able to do whatever they want and just like, we have no idea what they're up to, that's no good. Block. Get out of here. Yeah, they cycled 2 Cloud of Fairies earlier this game. Like, they're like basically Legacy Amulet somehow. Whatever that means. Brainstorm's a good Magic card, especially with Stoneforge Mystic attached. Nice. Alright, so Disenchant has not been great. And neither has Force of Will. Though, I could just put back this island and keep Force Blue card. I think that makes sense. Sign me up. Yeah, we saw Prime Time. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think we're doing a pretty good job on the fair side of this matchup. I just don't want to get cheesed by some shit. Alright, still not attacking. Still drawing cards. Jailer's been good for 6 cards this game. I have not seen Crop Rotation. Though it would surprise me if it's not in their deck. Oh wow, look at this sweet play they're making. They're going to become the Monarch, but they're going to lose 2 creatures to do it. Jailer exiled a Lingering Souls token, Anzi. So it's not coming back. So if they just turn everything sideways to become the Monarch, I'm going to block a Dryad Arbor, the one that is Thespian Stage, and then block Knight. I take 1, they become the Monarch for a turn. I equip Jitte to True Name, I take the Monarch back and kill a bunch of their things. Oh no. That was pretty aggressive. Like, they know Jitte's in my hand. Their other card must also be Abrupt Decay? Or no, is it... Yeah, they must have another answer to Jitte. That's the only thing that makes sense here. Like, why would they crack off on that? Unless they're worried about Swords to Plowshares. Alright, still going to block the Thespian stage. Oh, they get to turn it into something different in response. Yeah, that's like kind of smart. Like they could have just crunched me for 7 in addition to the other things they're doing there, but they're trying to continue to maximize value. Yeah, Honorog, it's weird playing not miracles when you're a miracles wizard. Alright, so my best draw is Supreme Verdict. I just attack, become the monarch, and then roast the board, and then they lose. Just like we drew it up. Supreme Verdict. Ooh, Snapcaster's not bad. I get to Snap Plow. That seems better than other options right now. All right, I will take my Monarchy back. And I'm going to Snap Plow right now so they can't rotate into Bajuka Bog in response. Do we want to Brainstorm? I guess I'm not doing anything else with this mana this turn. Yeah, I'll go for a Brainstorm here. All right, Batterskull is a long way off. Jace could be pretty good next turn. All right, so I can put these two back, Snap Plow, make my land drop, and then I'll draw the Jitte from the Monarch. Yeah, I'm doing this now so I don't get Bajuka Bogged. And unless they have a removal spell, they can't get through. They can't take the Monarch back because they only have one attacker. It's a free attack because it's a 3/3 and I only have a 2/1. So they have 3 cards in hand. We suspect one of them is Abrupt Decay based on the way they played last turn. Though the other 2 are full randoms. We have a Force of Will, and then next turn we can connect with Jitte and clear out a number of these monsters. This match has been crazy. These fair decks that are built... Look at this Tropical Island. What are they doing with that? Oh yeah, they have the Cloud of Fairies. Can the Trop deck play Choke? Is that an option they have? Alright, this looks like I'm going to force it, whatever it is. Like, literally whatever it is getting forced. It's a Zenith for a bunch. Zenith for 5. No. I'm going to pitch Brainstorm because Jace does the same thing, but bigger. Alright, I'm listening, Anzi. What's the plan? Alright, Sylvan Library. They snuck it through. Or we could live dangerously? What does that mean? Just let it resolve and then bounce whatever they get with Jace? Is that your plan? Because I don't think it's a good one. All right, I'm going to block with this Snapcaster. That's what it's for. And I'm going to fetch because I don't want to draw this Batterskull. It is pretty spicy. Whoa, another snap. That's great. And I have another plow. So I could spend this turn casting Jace. Or I could spend this turn crunching with Umezawa's Jitte. They would get a turn to do whatever they want and take the Monarch. Oh wait, no, they can't. If I just leave a counter on Jitte, they can't take the Monarch back. All right, I'm getting aggressive here. I'm gonna kill one of these things now, and then wait for them to attack to kill the other one. Ooh, engineered explosives is nice. Sylvan Library is nicer. I'm going to hang tight to the Celestial Purge until Merit Lage enters the battlefield. That's why I boarded it in. It's the only answer in my deck that doesn't gain them 20 life. What do you say they brick on Library just one more time? All right, they didn't pay life. So they either bricked or found exactly what they wanted. Those are the only options. Please don't cast Primeval Titan. Please don't cast Primeval Titan. All right, that's fine. That doesn't mean they're not casting Primeval Titan, though. Wreck Sage. All right. I've been wrecked. So I'm going to kill the Dryad Arbor I'm going to kill the Wreck Sage. And then I can explode away the 2 Hierarchs. Oh, yeah, I can bounce with Jace. That's true. All right, so I'm going to kill this. And then I'm going to Engineered Explosives for 1. Or I could do it for 2. If I explode for 1... if I draw a land, I can explode for 1. Though I could explode for 2 and just take them off Library since they're currently Hellbent. Though they're going to draw a card from becoming the Monarch. The Monarch is a functional Howling Mine so far in this matchup. It's been a lot of fun. All right, so how do I get the Monarch and keep it? I guess I need to draw a land right now is the answer. Oh, they dredged Loam. That's really smart. Tight plays for tight people. All right, land. Let's do it. All right, sweet. We drew a land. Now I can do everything. I can play explosives on 1. Blow it up. And leave up Snap Plow. They get to keep their library, but that just took them off 1,000,000 mana. All right. Slow and steady. All right, another true name. Now we're going to speed it up a little bit. I'm starting to become concerned about clock because we're going to have to win a game 3. So I'm going to have to click fast. Because I drew it from the Monarch. Puncher's Chance. It was in my end step. That's fair, Anzi. I guess I am doing it regardless. Yeah, so I was thinking I hold on to that. Too late now. Whoops. Though, if they do anything in their main phase, I get to plow that, then block the Arbor. And if they don't do anything in their main phase, then they didn't get Cradle mana. So hopefully I'm not punished too hard, but I think you were right to do that. Thalia would get me. Lingering Souls also gets me. All right, the Souls are lingering. We are officially Howling Mine for the rest of the game on this Monarch emblem. All right, now it's time. All right, so now I can plow a Spirit, or I can just block and then plow something at the end of the turn. Plow whatever I need to, whenever I need to. So that does just go right back into their hand. They have one already. Like, their last card in hand is Loam. All right, here comes the Loam. Oh no, here comes the souls. More souls. Let them linger. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 7. I'm one mana short. I'm 1 blue mana short of casting Jace and True Name next turn. Oh, I'm not countering that, so there you go. All right, I pulled ahead on time this turn. So that's good news anyway. Snap this back while I can. Doesn't feel good. But there it is. All right, let's draw a blue land. Blue mana! Ooh, Batterskull. What does that do? I can put it on my True Name next turn and just crunch, bunch of crunch. Or I could Jace into blue mana and do everything I want to do. Shit. Ooh, Supreme Verdict's good, but the rest of this is bad. That didn't really work out. So if they go after Jace next turn, I get to keep the Monarch. So I put him in sort of a shitty choice. I'm also at 9, so maybe they just ignore it. Though I now have the best card in my deck, which is Supreme Verdict. Though this turn they certainly have enough mana to waste my Karakas. So last turn was the window to find a second True Name right away. Though now I don't even want that because I'm going to Verdict. Let's see if they try to get cute, like deal 2 to Jace and like take the Monarch back, or if they just kill Jace. Oh, and they're at 6. Jeez. Everybody's losing. Oh, they had another Souls in the graveyard? Oh, they dredged it. That's just good deck building. Oh no, do you also have the fucking prime time right now? I guess I don't care about that, do I? 1, 2, 3, 4. I care about it if they waste me. I don't care if they don't waste me. Though those lands come into play tapped, so I'm still good. Zenith for 5. Oh no. What is this? Is this Titania? Priest of Argoth? Yeah, Supreme Verdict's going to be good, unless this card is insane. Alright, it is Titania. Alright. We good, kids. I get to put him to 3, clear the board. What does this actually do? Whenever a land you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, make a 5/3 elemental. So they're probably going to regrow a fetch land and waste me and get 10 power for it. It's a 5/3, right? Not a 5/5? Yeah, 5/3. All right, so now the choice is... Well, I think they definitely kill Jace because they just don't care. Because if they kill Jace, then I'm like super lethal on board next turn. Super lethal is like lethal, except it deals even more than they need to. All right, they go to 5. I put them to 2. I take the Monarchy. I Supreme Verdict. Then I pass the turn and hope I win somehow. All right, they even played a Dryad Arbor. I wonder... That doesn't work with Titania, right? Titania has to see it die. Like, if I Supreme Verdict, they don't get a 5/3. I'm pretty sure. I hope that's true. Oh, they're leaving Jace. They're going for me. Face is the place. That's exciting if true. If they don't change their mind. I'm into it. Can't block. Wow, this game has been insane. I'm so excited. I'm also way ahead on time right now. So going into game 3, I'm the favorite just because of Magic Online and how that works. Oh, I'm the wrong person to ask about... Oh, they do get a 5/3, Harlan? Fuck. Oh, I guess I can just bounce the Arbor and then Supreme Verdict? Is that even good? I don't know. Oh yeah, I bounced the token. Yeah, that makes more sense. I knew Jace was going to save me somehow. All right, there's your token. Fuck off. And we're the Monarch again. Because Anurag, I kind of knew the answer. I was just hoping for the best. Because there is no going to the graveyard zone. There's in play and there's in the graveyard. And the game, when the Dryad Arbor hits the graveyard, the game last remembers Titania being in play. It's kind of stupid, but that is how that works. Oh no, what's happening to me now? Zenith for 4? Shit. Do they have some 6? Is this Groundbreaker? Oh my god, it is almost Groundbreaker. That's fucking sick. They have a Fun of Vengevine in their deck in case they need to attack for 4 suddenly. Let's see, do they respect Jace yet? Nope, they still just want to be the Monarch. I guess that makes sense because I have no creatures. Oh my god, this has been insane! Alright, Counterspell right on time. Alright, Wasteland, do I want that? No. I kind of just want to put all of these cards right back like so. This. True Name Nemesis. Name you. I have a Counterspell, I have a Disenchant, I have a Celestial Purge. I literally just have to survive this turn. And I don't lose. Alright. I have a creature he can't touch and a hard counter. He's got 5 cards in hand. He gets to see 3 and pick his favorite. So, and if he's got another Vengevine in the deck, I guess he gets me. Is Intuition in this deck too? See half? Is this a thing? Caracas, that doesn't help you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this another Vengevine? Nope. Is this Zenith 4 Vengevine? Is this Primeval Titan? God, what's happening to me? This has been insane. Like, whatever happens right here. It looks like a Zenith. No. Boo! Alright, don't have another thing, please. Yes! Alright. We navigated that one somehow. Let's bring in the Surgical for the Loam. Maybe Crypt can't be good, right? It's got to be Surgical. Though Crypt hits Vengevines, but so does Surgical. Yeah, I'm way above on clock, so that's a big deal. Containment Priest is even more important than we thought. Celestial Purge, I guess theoretically, was always keeping us safe that game. Palace Jailer's going out. Like, it drew a lot of cards that game, but they have Lingering Souls, so forget it. Do I just need all my graveyard hate? They have Lingering Souls, Vengevine, and Loam. Just is the full package in now? Oh, that was insane. All right, I'm gonna cut a. I can't cut a Wasteland. Not against the Dark Depths deck. What do I even cut? Oh, this is so hard. I'll cut one of the Disenchants. Celestial Purge is super limited, but like now I have to adjust my strategy to the fact that they have 4 minutes on their clock, and I don't want to just get depth-sid. Though I guess Plow is also the same now because they have no time. All right, I'm going to use these 70 seconds to pee. I'll be right back. Don't worry, Honorog, we're good. I know about how long it takes to pee. Puncher's Chance, Alright, this hand is fine. The Crypt is actually over the second Priest, not the third Surgical. I would not play 3 Surgicals in the deck. The Crypt is better against Phoenix and Storm because they tend to rip your hand around with discard. So you can just like run it out on 0 and hope for the best. And like now they have to respect your hand and the Crypt in play. Priest is better against Sneak and Show and Dredge. So it's just like a hedge for the decks that you might not get to turn 2 against. All right. Lots and lots of cantrips. Yeah, like the Snap Surgical package is good. All right, that's a shuffle them up. Council's Judgment. All right, that goes well with our Force of Will. Hopefully they don't cast anything we need to counter this turn, because then we can untap with actual counterspell. Though I'm sure this deck's whole plan is to jam something I have to counter on. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, they did mull to 5. Oh, shit. I got so excited. All right, I am going to counter this thing. I'm going to pitch the counterspell, because Brainstorm can find me more answers. Like, Swords to Plowshares is the same as a counterspell in this matchup. In most circumstances. Oh, baby. Let's hope that their backup plan is Green Sun Zenith. Pitching the Force is fair, I guess. Like, either one's fine. Please cast Zenith, please cast Zenith, please cast Zenith. Elbow tap a Zenith for 10. Oh, not that. So I'll just Brainstorm in response to this. They're hellbent. Let's find a Swords to Plowshares. Oh, True Name is pretty good too. Though I could also pitch the Snapcaster, force this, and then Containment Priest keeps it locked out for the rest of the game. Yeah, I don't hate that. Though True Name already bricks the Vengevine, so maybe I don't need to do that. And then I get to keep my Force. Yeah, whatever. I can take 5. That's not a big deal. Yeah, the damage doesn't matter. I came to the same conclusion. So, like, one of the things about streaming and narrating your plays for the people who don't do this themselves is that, like, you have to just spit out all of the thoughts in your brain, even the ones that, if you were just thinking to yourself, would never see the light of day. Like, do I force this? The answer is, like, just fucking no. And my internal thought part of my brain would have known that immediately. But since I'm narrating for you good folks, I had to say it out loud. All right, now I still have this Force. I fetched a basic island when I could have got a Tundra there. I guess I don't want to get like cheesed out of this game. We're way ahead by a Wasteland. Is this another Vengevine? Lingering Souls. All right, they don't have black mana right now. Ugh. Is this worth a Force of Will somehow? Oh, they do have... Oh, shit, they do have it. All right, you're right. Wow, this sucks. Lingering Souls was like the perfect card to find. So I think digging for... I think using Snapcaster to dig for my Engineered Explosives or Supreme Verdict is going to be a better use of my resources this game. Like, this is a 3-turn clock. Vengevine doesn't have Trample, so that thing's on lock. Let's just draw Engineered Explosives. How about that? Right off the top. Jace is a good card. I'm going to ponder because that sees more cards. Come on, engineered explosives. Oh, Stoneforge Mystic. Do I have time for that? So I take 4 down to 7. I cast Stoneforge. I take 4 down to 3. And then I connect with Jitte. It does require me finding a land along the way, but I think this is my best plan. Like, rather than trying to shuffle randomly for... Alright, this is a Zenith, which I wish I could have priested, but I'm going to have to force it. Oh, it's Intuition. I definitely have to force that, right? That just gets 3 Vengevines, then I die. Yeah, no. No, no, no. Yeah, it's going to be tight, but that's what we signed up for. I get to brainstorm and then shuffle next turn. Like, the Stoneforge is a shuffle. All right, come on, land. Oh, God. That's not a land. All right, so Council's Judgment out and Surgical Extraction's out because I'm going to go to 2. All right, so I'm going to need a land either way. All right, so we need a land off the top, and I'm going to run this crypt out just in case. All right, is there any way I die this turn? I guess, like, anything could happen. Come on, white source, white land. Fetch land, plains, tundra. These are the draws. These are a few of my favorite things. Do it! Yes! All right, so now we got to math this out. Is Jitte or Supreme Verdict actually better? And I think it is Supreme Verdict. Because if they have Abrupt Decay, if their one card in hand is Abrupt Decay, we lose. I guess I attack first. Again, I have the Crypt. So yeah, they're also using Cradle for mana. All right. All right. Don't hardcast Vengevine or some shit. All right, so now I'm going to cast the Jitte, and then I can surprise them with a Priest. I also still have Crypt. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, fuck! I was supposed to cast Priest in response. I'm so fucking dumb. Hopefully they can't punish me. I still get to, like, Ambush Viper. No, fuck, I'm an idiot. I was so busy being excited that we were winning that I just fucking threw it away. God damn it. Sorry, chat. I let you guys down. Priest was the nail. It was the fucking nail. They had no outs to Priest. Maybe they'll only attack with 1. Nope. God, I'm so tilted. It's fine. Like, I would not have missed that. Like I said, like, your percentage goes way down when you stream. Fucking fuck, though. We had that. With perfect play, we had that, folks. It's not chat's fault. Like, it's just streaming. Like, it's not the fault of the chat that I've chosen to lower my win percentage by sharing the game with you guys. Like, whatever. Though, if we cast Priest in response there, they are dead. Yeah, so just, if you're watching this VOD at home later, just cast Priest in response to the fetch, then you win. As long as you learn something. Oh, man. That was such a sick match, though. Unfortunate we couldn't have actually got the W. We got a W in the heart because we had it. Alright, I got Force, I got Cantrips, I got Plow, I got Basic Mana. Another Wooded Foothills? What are all these people doing? Oh, Burn? Is this Burn? Oh, this matchup's great. I'm excited about this. Alright, so I guess it could also be like Blue-Red Delver. So I'm going to play this Scalding Tarn. And I'm not going to... It's possible. I may or may not be prettier than them. Hard to say. So I'm leaving up Scalding Tarn instead of just plowing this thing, because I want to be able to Spell Stare and Eidolon if that's what they do. Alright, so I'll take this 3, and I'll plow in response to the second spell. Is James a person? Was the person I'm playing against a real known hero? So Spell Piercing that and plowing the Swift Spear both save me 3 damage. But now I have Spell Pierce and Spell Snare going into my next turn. And Umezawa's Jitte. Hello, you beautiful beast. I'm not going to ponder this turn. I can ponder next turn. Okay, that was like the thing that I didn't want them to have. All right, I'll ponder up an answer next turn, don't worry. And I can Spell Pierce whatever this is. Yeah, easy. He's a legacy champ? All right. He's probably pretty good then. Yeah, Harlan is an old man, apparently, according to chat. Harlan, aren't you like 20 or something? Just the opposite of an old man. Nemesis, Brainstorm, Plains. All right, so I have Force of Will, I have Spell Snare. Next turn I can cast True Name Nemesis, which bricks this creature forever. All right, they made a land drop. They can get in for 1, that's cool. I'll snare that spell. All right, I'm going to go to 8, and then I'm going to cast True Name Nemesis, which bricks this for the rest of the game. And then I have Force of Will up. I guess I'm at 7 because I have to fetch. And then I have Umezawa's Jitte threatening to take over sooner than later. Unfortunately, I did have to... Oh, Skullcrack actually kills True Name, though. Damage can't be prevented this turn. So, got to watch out for that. Alright, the 4th land drop is never what Burn wants. I do want my 4th land drop right now, though. Akmagok. Alright. Force of Will shields are down. Not anymore. Alright. That was easy. Stoneforge Mystic. Go find the Batterskull I just shuffled away. Do they have a Searing Blaze? Is that their plan? I don't think Force of Will is going to get much better. I want Waste over Tarn? I guess that does save me 1 life. You're right. Yeah, having Wasteland would have been better. Yeah, I can also take 0 instead of 2 from Price of Progress. And it's now or never. Oh, fuck, do they have it? Oh, no, they're hellbent. Okay, they went after the Stoneforge. They don't know about the Jitte. I kept that a secret from them. All right, I've already shuffled, so this is random. Surprise! Holy Jitte. Yeah, Harlan is a chat regular, Stu. Is there a card in their deck that can deal 5 to me? Like, if I just -2 right now... No, that can't be right. All right. How do I lose? Skullcrack? No, I can just gain 4 in response. All right. Eidolon of the Great Rebel. All right, I don't care about that. I got that covered. So I'm going to go to 4 here. Then I'm going to smash with my Mighty Nemesis. Ooh, okay. And I can cast a 5-mana spell. D. Sereno. All right, in we go. I'm going to fetch for basic planes, go to 3. They're fetching in response. They'll show me what's up. Who's conceding? Not me. Never me. Boop, 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 boop. 4/4 lifelink. Let's gain some life right now, just in case. I feel better at 5 than 3. They're hellbent. Like, I don't know what they could do, but... All right, what do you got, opponent? Bunch of fucking nothing? Because that's what I smell. Another Eidolon? Fire Blast targeting, I assume the Germ. Yes, they're targeting the Germ. I'm not mad about that. Because guess what? Batterskull has a secret mode where you get to just put it on a creature. All right, so do we have lethal next turn? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, so we go to 1, and then they lose. I have no way to accidentally deal 1 to myself, so here we go. Scoop it up. Got him. What I love about this deck compared to Miracles is how good the burn matchup is. Like, I'm so scared of burn when I'm Miracles. Like, it's like counterbalance or bust. And they board into 4 Exquisite Firecraft. All right, Disenchant kills Eidolons and Sulfuric Vortexes. Celestial Purge exiles every card in their deck. Flusterstorm counters most of their things. Yeah, they're going to bring in Smash to Smithereens, probably. Depending on how many they have. Like, I don't even know what's in a stock burn list anymore. They're going to have some number of that card, between 1 and 4. I'm just going to assume they have 4 and live my life in that world. Palace Jailer is slow, but it is great. Like, if you get to a point where Jailer actually sticks, it's going to take over the game, but that's not really the plan. True Name. I don't love Jace in this matchup. Like, your whole plan is this. Like, it's Stoneforge into one of these weapons. Yeah, Quad Smash that's probably how I would build the deck. I'm also going to board out a Wasteland. I don't want that card. 20 is plenty of lands to play this game with. I want every Snare, every Pierce, every other counterspell. I could cut a Nemesis, but then what are my win cons left? Just Batterskull and Snapcasters. I could go to Force. Like, I brought in these Flusterstorms and other answers to things. Maybe True Name's too slow. I board it out against every other combo deck, right? Wait, where'd all my forces go? Oh, they're right here. Okay. I was worried I somehow clicked them all out of my deck. Explosives has... Like, explosives can be a way to kill Eidolon that costs 4. It can also kill any number of Swift Spears and Lavamancers and the other guy, Goblin Guide. Is explosives better than one of these cards that's still in the deck? It might be better than the 4th Force. I'll run it. See what happens. Yep, having a good matchup against Burn feels so good. That's just one of those decks that I hate losing to. Like, if Burn was the best deck, I would play it because I like winning matches, but it not being the best deck and still choosing to play it is just, like, baffling to me. Like, when you could have Brainstorm in your deck, but you choose not to. I don't know. This hand needs some setup, which is not ideal. But it is going to be very good at setting up, which is great. So, like, these cantrips have to be good to us, though. Like, the Burn might not give us time to set this up. Having an answer to Eidolon already is good, though. Though it only answers Eidolon. I'm super stoked that this was Lavamancer and not, like, something that's already attacking me for 2. Alright, so Snapcaster, Batterskull, Plains. I don't think I want any of this. Snapcaster can block, but not, like, very well. Like, they have Lavamancer. And Batterskull's a mile away. I'm going to shuffle. Rewarded. Flusterstorm's good. Grub Lavamancer is also a non-bow with Exquisite Firecraft. Spoikia. Alright, they chose not to attack. That means they're probably going to activate it. Alright, so I'll play this Flooded Strand. I'm not sure what kind of land I want yet. Nice. Alright, I'm going to put back these non-basics. And I'm just going to hold up this Flusterstorm. And hope I don't die. Yeah, they're definitely activating Lavamancer. They would have attacked if they had a different play to make. And them having less cards in their graveyard means Stoneforge Mystic just got a little more likely to survive. Though I'm sure among these 5 cards in their hand, they can figure out how to put 2 of them in the graveyard. Alright, I'm just going to crack off Flusterstorm on this. It's like trading any card for 3 life at any point is probably a good deal. Like, the only other use for Flusterstorm is, like, trying to protect the Stoneforge, but they have Lavamancer, which I can't counter. So I'm not going to try to make that feudal line. Let's see, do they attack this time? Yeah, they do. Okay. So they probably have a Bolt, but we're still going to jam. All right, I'm going to Ponder first, because we get a shuffle. Nice. All right. This is interesting. Like, now there might be a reason to wait. I'm not going to shuffle. I'm going to play this land. I kind of want that Spell Pierce too. All right, so now I can plow Lavamancer and use Spell Pierce to protect Stoneforge. But it involves passing the turn to try to do all this. Lightning Bolt. So I could fetch Tundra right now, Spell Pierce this, untap Plow, or I could just go to 9. Nah. I'm gonna make my trade here. Yeah, they have 4 cards in hand. That's a lot when we're at 11. If they attack, it'll save us 1 life. All right, they did not attack. That's good. You get out of here. So now if they want to kill Stoneforge, they have to use an actual spell on it. Though it's possible they just like go upstairs and can finish me off from where we are. Because I'm at 8 and they have 4 cards. They do only have 2 lands though. I'm going to get the Batterskull, which forces them to actually kill the Stoneforge rather than just let me commit a bunch of mana to Jitte and Bolt. I wouldn't have gotten Batterskull on turn 2, but I do get it now that I have 5 mana. Oh no, they had a land drop. I wonder if they were slow rolling that, if they're a genius, or if they just drew it. Because Searing Blaze is their best card right now. Though I suppose Smash to Smithereens is also pretty fucking good. Actually, it's not even good, because I can... or now it's definitely not even good. But I could bounce Batterskull in response and just effectively counter it. Unless I die in a flurry of burn spells at the end of my turn. Skullcrack. Okay. I don't like it, but there it is. Uh-oh, 4 mana. Well, I came to put Batterskull into play. That's what I'm going to do. Do they have the smash? Yes, all right. Do they have 2 smashes? No, okay. 1 down. That 4th land drop sucked. Spell Pierce just got so much worse. Hey, baby. All right. I'm just going to connect with Jitte and have Spell Pierce up to protect it. Looks like we did it, team. Unless they have Fire Blast, too, to kill the Stoneforge. If they do, I think they have to do it here. But that's pretty great for me. All right, they did, in fact, have all the things as I described. So now they're Hellbent, and I'm at 5, and they have 2 lands. And I have Batterskull in hand. So let's hope we don't die somehow right now. Like, we do die to a sequence of... All right, now that's not even true. All right, I'm going to hope that they boarded out their Price of Progress. Or at least some number, because I want to be able to plow my Germ if I have to gain 4 life suddenly. Because if they drew exactly any burn spell plus 2nd Fire Blast, they could actually kill us here. Alright, that's not it. I don't think a card exists that can kill us with a land drop. Like, they could Firecraft us down to 1. I guess they could Skullcrack me. Alright, not anymore. Alright, I'm not going to equip the Jitte. I'm going to hold up Force of Will and Swords of Plowshare, so I can counter a spell and gain 4 life at will. Alright, cool. I'm just going to ride this Batterskull. If they're paying attention, they should know that I have Force of Will now. Yeah, I just don't even care about that. Yeah, there's no reason not to equip Jitte unless I have Force of Will. Alright, now that they're Hellbent, I'm going for it. Alright, packed it up. Easy game against Burn. Turns out that everything Stoneforge Mystic does is great against Burn. And that turn where I put in Batterskull and bounce in response to the smash, like, it hurts tempo, but it gained 3 life. So gaining 3 life is all you ever want to do. Alright, this hand does not have a cantrip or a counterspell, but it does have Stoneforge Mystic and a bunch of creatures. So I'm going to keep it and just hope they're not a combo deck, basically. Or if they are a combo deck, I hope it's a Dark Depths deck. Like I have my... Oh, fucking butts. I'm going to Wasteland that. I think I have to, right? Like there is no other world for this. Playing against Dredge. That's the only deck that plays Cephalid Coliseum. Let's hope that somehow screwed their entire plan. Dredge is my nemesis. Like, I think Dredge is my worst win percentage on stream across all matchups, all formats. I think I'm like, yeah, we did it. I think I'm like 1 in X lifetime against Dredge on stream, but we just stole game 1 somehow. Yeah, easy game. What's up? Stonegall, thanks for the follow. I missed you a little while ago. All right, so obviously all Graveyard Hate comes in. So one of the ways that this matchup works is that you exile their bridges and then use Umezawa's Jitte to just beat their fair plan. Like once their bridges are gone, they're just a fair deck that operates weirdly, not a horrendously broken combo deck. Spell Snare does not do much. Spell Pierce is very good. It's not good enough that I'm going to also bring in Flusterstorm, though. Like, it's Pierce, Force, Jailer's got to be pretty bad. I mean, like, Jailer is great against the fair plan once you get rid of the bridges, but we can't guarantee that's going to happen. Jace is good. Plow's good. Council's Judgment can be pretty wonky. Batterskull's great because you can pay 3 to bounce Batterskull, then your Germ dies and it kills their bridges. So that's like a one-man army in a can that can exile bridges. The Wasteland was nice. We can't count on it. It's not like Wasteland is the Dredge killer. I am going to bring in Explosives, though, to mop up any residual zombies. Purge is like another Swords to Plowshares. Like picking off their Icarids is part of our long game. Counterspell is pretty bad. Like actual Counterspell. Because Spell Pierce is functionally Counterspell in this matchup, but it costs 1 instead of 2. Priest, great. I like having all the forces to make sure I don't just die before I get a turn. Council's Judgment's probably the worst card left. I think that's true. Jace can be a little slow in this matchup, but you have to take over somehow once you get them, force them to play fair. Then Jace wins the game. Alright, here's my plan. Of course, let's hope that they actually are Dredge, and they're not just some weird Cephalid Coliseum lands Cloud of Fairy deck. Alright, so I'm on the draw. Good news. The London Mulligan exists now. Yeah, they could be Blue-Green Madness. I'm going to mulligan. Containment Priest is good, but on the draw with no other disruption, it's way too slow. Alright, Force of Will and Ponder and Swords to Plowshares. This hand is also going nowhere fast. Like, if I somehow don't... Like, you just crack off Force of Will on the first target in this matchup. You have to. And then my hand doesn't do anything after that. So I'm going down to 5 again. Okay, this one has Force of Will and a Stoneforge. I'm going to keep. And I'm going to get rid of one of the Brainstorms and... I guess the other Brainstorm. No, the other... I'm going to get rid of the Ponder. Because Brainstorm is stronger if we actually... No, I'd be more happy to Ponder on turn 1. Like, if we don't Force of Will and untap and get to cast a spell, I would prefer it to be Ponder than Brainstorm on turn 1. Pass the turn. Pass the turn. We even have Caracas randomly, which if they, like, reanimate a legend later, we can bounce it. Like some have like Dragon Lord Kolagon in their deck. Yep, here we are. Let's hope they don't have Lion's Eye Diamond to go with this. You just have to force anything, like literal anything. Street Wraith, okay, good. That would have been a dangerous turn one. Look at this, 2 Street Wraiths. They would have dredged like 10 to 24. I guess they couldn't have dredged 24. Like 10 or 12 cards there probably. Surgical. All right. So now we have to survive again. But they don't have any cards in their dredgers in their graveyard yet. So we effectively time walk them. Though they did just draw 4 new cards. All right, now they have an enabler. Balls. Oh, the looting didn't resolve. They didn't draw 4. They drew 2. Containment Priest. All right, bummer. All right, Stoneforge Mystic, go. I'm going to get Batterskull and hope we don't die. Like, I can't connect with Jitte next turn anyway, so Batterskull, I'm on like a 2-turn long-term plan either way. So I'm, wow, they don't have a dredger. That's crazy. I guess they were really counting on this Faithless looting. Are they going to take 3 to flash it back? That would be pretty sweet. Though if their hand didn't have a dredger, they probably should have cycled one of the Wraiths before casting the first looting to try to find one. Like, I get it, your hand gets to explode afterwards. If you keep the 2 Wraiths, like if you find a dredger and then you Wraith, you're just off. But if you brick on a dredger, you're not doing anything for several turns. All right. There is a bridge in the graveyard now. Uh-oh, LED, are we dead? They would need some way to generate mana, though. Or if they have a looting in their hand. Yeah, I don't know. Surgical. All right, Brainstorm's good, though. We could Brainstorm into Surgical or Priest if we need to. Or Force a Will. And still put in the Batterskull. All right, there's an Icarid. That will get consumed by my Batterskull. There's another Icarid, all right. So they're going to make some zombies. They're going to eat the 2 Wraiths. Like, this doesn't kill me yet, so I'm going to save the Brainstorm as long as possible. Like, Batterskull has this covered. Like, slowly but surely. Like, they don't even have a therapy. All right, they just conceded. Nice. We beat Dredge on camera, everyone. Let's do our last round. We are 3-1. Actually, we could be 4-0 if I was playing instead of narrating. If you're just tuning in, we had an insane match against green-white combo, whatever, Intuition, Vengevine, Lingering Souls deck. So it's like 4-color green. But we had... I looked away for a second to talk to chat in a clutch moment and died. I forgot to cast my spell. So we're 3-1 in reality, 4-0 in our hearts. Let's get that sweet, sweet 4-1. Honorary 5-0. Dredge is usually the end boss. Like, I play against Dredge when I'm 4-0 and then just become 4-1 immediately. So feel good taking one off Dredge. Having the Crypt Priest split is pretty cool against Dredge, too. Like, the Crypt bridges the gap to Priest, at least. Though, oh, we're playing against Jarvis? Alright, nobody tell me what Jarvis is streaming. Log T, they did not respond to me directly. However, there was some Twitter conversation recently where somebody tweeted that they heard it was canceled. And then there was a bunch of uproar, and then Bazaar of Moxon replied, like, no, it's not canceled. So They have at least told us that it's not canceled. So we have that much. I don't know what Jarvis is doing, so I'm going to hold up Spell Pierce. If he has lands, I want to hit the Exploration. If he's Delver, I'm going to feel bad that I didn't Ponder. Yeah, that I saw that exchange on Twitter. I'm sure it also was on Reddit, but like somebody was like, I talked to someone who works at Bazaar Mox and they said it's canceled. And then someone replied and was like, no, I actually work for Bazaar Moxon and it's not canceled. All right. He's on a blue deck. Man, Jarvis the end boss. When we're 3-1, come on, Jarvis. Maybe he's on Storm and we can just Spell Pierce his face off. Basic Island Ponder. I'll hit him with this Spell Pierce. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm not into it. All right, we have an Nemesis at the ready. I wanted these to be lands, not 5-drops. I played the Plains instead of the Tundra because I don't want to get wastelanded if he's like blue-red. Though I suspect he's probably Storm or Miracles, more likely. He could also just be our deck. This could be the straight-up mirror. Jarvis's range is huge. He could be on anything. And he's streaming, so he might be doing some meme garbage. Duress. All right. You've taken my Ponder. So it looks like Storm now. Hope we're not dead. All right, so Stoneforge Mystic, that's a good card. So I could cast Stoneforge Mystic, and then I have a threat on board. Like, so I countered his Ponder. He didn't Ponder again. So unless his hand just kills me, like, unless his hand just, like, his 5 cards that he kept in his hand are just lethal, then Stoneforge is the right play. Because then I can leave up mana for the rest of the game. Like, I can snap this Spell Pierce. All right. He knows our hand. He has perfect information. We can have 6. Let's hope we're not dead. Like, he might just have it, in which case, good for him. Fuck, he had a second Duress. That also works. And by works, I mean... All right, so... He didn't kill me last turn when he had perfect information, so I'm just going to continue deploying threats. Though now he doesn't have perfect information. So I'm going to hold up this Snapcaster. Oh, not anymore. Snapcaster's gone. I'm going to cast Ponder next turn. Unless he thinks he can beat the Snapcaster, then he'll just take Ponder. All right, he was scared of Snapcaster. Ponder, find me a counterspell. Huh. None of these are particularly good. In Palace Jailer is insane if we ever get another turn. I can shuffle for a random card. Yeah, I'm just going to shuffle. All right. I'm trying to get clever. All right, so we have 2 cards he doesn't know about. Let's hope he continues to not kill us. No cantrips, no dark rituals. Yes, take 2. Got him. His hand was very good against blue decks. Alright, so let's draw Counterspell right now. Well, here's Umezawa's Jitte. That will force his storm count to increase by 2 and also put lethal on board for next turn. Alright, so he has to... We're effectively at 23, so Storm has to be 12 for him to kill us. Goblins aren't good enough. Ad Nauseam is never going to win the game. He's at 5. And he has not resolved a cantrip this game. So all 6 cards in his hand were just cards that he drew over the course of the game. We could die. Like, he has perfect information. We could just lose. Or maybe his hand's bad, and Spell Piercing this Ponder was the smartest thing I've ever done. Yeah, like, it's possible that he just kept, like... Because he knows what we're on. He was in the stream earlier, and he knows what kind of deck I play, so... It's possible he just kept a hand that's just, like, ready. He wanted to sculpt with Ponder and just clear the way with the discard spells. So I cast the Jitte last turn. I could have just bluffed that I have something instead, but I think that is worse than putting lethal on board. Because if he has it, he's going to go for it, and he's still going to get it. All right, let's hope this is an idiot check, and he's going to get to like 10 Storm. Or it could be a mini Tendrils just to not die. Like, he could just drain me for like 10 here and make me play a few more turns while he digs for Past in Flames. I cannot stress enough that every card in his hand was just off the top of the deck. There was no manipulation here of any kind. Yeah, Log T, it would be pretty lame if Eternal Weekend Europe is just in May, because it's too late for that to make any sense. But if they hold it in like July or August, that would still be pretty good for me. Or give us a chance to plan. But yeah, it is brutal that we don't have a date yet. All right, Jarvis is deep in the tank. I hope all of you at home have me and Jarvis in separate screens, and you're just watching this from both sides of the matchup, because that would be so sweet to watch. Like, I'm not doing that, obviously, because I'm not a ghoster, but the for you at home, that would be an awesome... What does that even do? Oh my god, he just has to... Oh, he has Tendrils, so he gets to Ponder, and then what? He has to, like... I don't even know what he's going for here. Like, he has to Ponder into... Wow, that hand's bad. I don't even know if there's an out. What's he looking for? He has no black floating. He does still have a land drop, but that doesn't get him up to double black for Tendrils. Like, I think Lion's Eye Diamond is the best card he can find. And then he can Tendrils me. Yeah, he gets LED. And then he can Duress Tendrils and Storm is 7. Yeah, it's Jarvis. We're battling against Jarvis. So everybody at home, make sure you're watching Jarvis and me. This is the Clash of Champions. We're battling for a sweet, sweet 4-1. All right, he chose to shuffle. Is it the LED? Nope, we did it. Fair and square, True Name Nemesis just beating down Storm. And now we get to sideboard. All right, Surgicals come in. Tormod's Crypt comes in. Oh, does Jarvis have a friend today? Sometimes he does. All right, and I like having an answer to goblins. Palace Jailer's bad. True Name's pretty slow. Yep, Stu is the friend today. I have the chat. I have all my chat friends around. Alright, so I cut all the true names because they're pretty slow. I bring in Vendilion Clicks in that spot. Wasteland doesn't do anything. Cliffy. Who is Cliffy? Should I know who Cliffy is? Oh, Swords to Plowshare should go. Stu, are you trolling me? Containment Priest doesn't do anything against Empty the Warrens. Non-talkin'. Dobots in Disguise, thanks for the follow. Oh, Stormbro. I have Engineered Explosives to do that. We're never going to have 4 mana for Verdict. Are you crazy? So, Jitte can become Sword of Fire and Ice. Drawing extra cards is better than dealing with creatures. Alright, so other than that, I like leaving in 1 Plow in case they have a Xantid Swarm. I have all my counterspells, all my relevant graveyard hate. Oh yeah, Judgment's real bad. Plow can come back in. And what other card? Am I just out of cards? Should I bring the Wasteland back in? Alright, Honorog plays Miracles, so he likes Judgment. I know Honorog tends to board yeah, I know Honorog tends to play in whatever literally doesn't lose me the game fashion, which is a totally viable strategy that I'm going to adopt. All right, so this hand has a Spell Pierce and 2 cantrips, and we're on the draw. These 2 Jaces are already a mulligan though, maybe a mulligan to 5. This is not exciting. And since we're in London Mulligan, I am going to London Mulligan this hand. All right, now we're in business. This hand's fucking sexy. I'm going to put... I think Engineered Explosives is the worst card. Or at least it's the one that I want still in my deck later. All right, yeah. It's the most situational anyway. That's how I'm going to phrase that. Alright. Though, unfortunately, unlike last game, this hand is super susceptible. Oh, Jesus. He's doing it. Let's hope he's just going for it and he doesn't have a discard spell. Oh my god. Remember that time that I put Engineered Explosives on the bottom of my deck? Alright, so I'm going to force one of these. That'll save me a bunch of life. I didn't know he was a madman. Alright, so he can get in for 4. I'm going to hold on to the Brainstorm till I can shuffle. It's like Stoneforge is pretty great. Stoneforge just bricks his whole plan here. Thoughtseize. Alright, he gets to take one of my Brainstorms, unfortunately. I'm not going to Brainstorm in response, then he just gets whatever I get. If I only had 1 Brainstorm, I would have done that differently. I would have fired off the Brainstorm. Remember, folks, like I say every week on my stream, just shout out the name of whatever card you want to draw, and then it'll be there. Every single time. And if he has another discard spell, he can take the Batterskull, but the Stoneforge still bricks this offense. That was the best draw in our deck, I think. With Explosives being on the bottom. Cabal Therapy would be brutal. He gets to take the Batterskull and the Brainstorm. And then we're both just sitting here trying to figure this out. I think he has to take Batterskull here. Which is fine because Stoneforge still answers what's going on. And I want to cast Brainstorm this game. So, I'm in. He's going to keep attacking though because every attack gets me closer to a mini Tendrils. Like right now he only has to storm 5 and win. Draw perfects, get rewarded. Sorry, Jarvie. Take a break. Maybe I just didn't need to do that aggressively. Like if a ritual Past in Flames empties again, I'm going to want that. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, the shuffles take care of me. Okay, sweet. I'm going to brainstorm. I'm a long way away from this Jace. Okie dokie deck. I'm going to hide the Flusterstorm. Maybe I just hide both of these discard. No, I'll hide the Jace and the Spell Pierce. He already knows about Spell Pierce, so I want to put that back in case he has Cabal Therapy. Yeah, the London Mulligan putting EE on the bottom, we knew exactly where it was. So like the shuffle, I imagine that's just like for logistics sake. Like it makes more sense to shuffle the extra card into your deck as far as like a perfectly randomized deck to start the game goes. But it also would be a pain in the ass. That's like a lot more shuffling in any given game of Magic. It's just an extra shuffle that I know Wizards doesn't love doing. Well, the good news is we're currently stable and he has 4 cards in hand and we have 3 counterspells in our hand. The bad news is that we're attacking for 1 a turn. So I'm going to Spell Pierce this twice. I don't want him to be able to sculpt his hand. He's going to crack the 2 fetches to fight over this. And then that takes 2 turns off the clock. It also removes future ability to shuffle. The Tonic Booth, thanks for the follow. And nope. All right, so I'm drawing Jace this turn. That's a brick. But if I draw land, then I get to start Jacing. And life is good again. All right, come on, land. I would also take Sword of Fire and Ice. Always take Ponder. Never mad about Ponder. All right, so I don't need the land this turn. So I'm going to keep that and not make a land drop. He's going to have to read that as I just gave myself a counterspell. Because he's smart. But I'm not going to actually cast it because I need this blue mana. In case he does something I want to fluster. All right, land is not what he wanted, I'm sure. Oh no, Moto froze. All right, unfrozen. So I could ponder up the Stoneforge Mystic, get Sword of Fire and Ice, and hold up Flusterstorm. I think that's a better long-term plan than jamming this Jace. Or I could just put Sword in my hand. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. All right, Sword of Fire and Ice. So next turn I get to really start crunching. And if he has a Duress or Thoughtseize, he's going to have to use it to take that weapon so he doesn't die, but then that leaves me with the Flusterstorm and the Jace. So he has to like discard plus kill me right now for me to really be upset. And I also just doubled my clock. He's at 9, so ad nauseum's pretty bad right now. I hear the theme song to Game of Thrones behind me. My girlfriend is watching it without me. I didn't watch it last night. I have a friend who I watch it with. Land was actually really good. Because now I can put the sword in, equip it, and still leave up Flusterstorm. Yeah, the real streamer sacrifice. No, I have a friend who I've watched every episode of Game of Thrones with, and that friend is not available until Thursday night. So that's like the friend sacrifice, not even streamer sacrifice, just good friend. Yeah, no mercy at all. That's fine. I wasn't gonna watch it with her anyway. It's fair. All right, so he has to kill me this turn through a Flusterstorm, or he dies. Can't even make goblins because this can't be blocked by gobos. The storm only has to be 4 because I'm gonna have to fetch to cast this Flusterstorm, and he has so many lands that none of this, like Flusterstorm might not even do anything. God, he's doing it. Past in Flames. So if he casts Past in Flames, he gets the Dark Ritual. I just fluster this, right? Or do I let this resolve? I'm going to let this resolve. Because if I try to fluster it, he could Dark Ritual from his hand in response. And then not only can he pay for Flusterstorm, he has more rituals to go off with post. Is he brainstorming? Let's get him. All right, I hope this is the right spot. All right, we did it. We defeated Jarvis. All right, we got the 4-1. It's a 5-0 in our hearts. Because this one was totally winnable. Oh, I just noticed who we were playing against. That's Jim Rinkowitz. I totally know who that is, yeah. Wasteland Go, thanks for the follow. All right, we've got a bunch of new follows tonight, so I think we have to open some treasures. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new follows. All right, one more follow and we'll bust all these treasures. I'll go 7 for you guys, though. You great heroes. Those of you tuning in for legacy content. Inkwell Leviathan, Vintage All-Star. Miranda Petroglyphs, nothing All-Star. 15 play points, though. I needed those. I was out of play points somehow. I agreed to stream some terrible decks last week and just hemorrhaged all my play points. All right. Brick City there. Ooh, Nightmare and 15 play points. Horse theme deck coming together. Ooh, Standard Legal Mythic Rare. Those are worth money sometimes. $20 play points. That's the same as if we sold it. Ooh, 20 play points and Glenelender Archmage. EDH All-Star. Reprinted into the dirt, unfortunately. The card used to be worth something. And 1 for good luck. We 4-1, Donarog. The feel-bad 4-1 could have easily been a 5-0, but we were there. We saw what happened. But yeah, we defeated Jarvis. He did not storm us. So, all right, so my league record with this deck is now, that was the 6th league I've played. So 15 plus 12 is 27. 27-3 in leagues with this deck. And the one just now, the loss just now was totally winnable, like if I was paying attention. So that win rate is slightly outrageous. But this whole deck felt great. All the cards did what they were supposed to. We played against a wide swath of decks. We played against lands. We played against Storm. We didn't play against any like normal fair decks though. So it was pretty combo heavy. We had our layup against Burn. So I am not going to change a single card in this deck, and we're just going to fire back up. Sound good? I want to get in as many games as possible before this GP. Jailer Blade. Let's do it. I think I have like 2 5-0s and 2 4-1s on stream. Like they're all on my YouTube. So if you scroll down from what you're looking at right now, the link to my YouTube is there. I think I've played 4 leagues on stream. This was number 5. So this is like the 5th one on stream. I know there's at least 2 trophies and a 4-1 on stream. This hand is garbage. This hand's great. I think Council's Judgment is the worst card in this hand. Or at least the most situational card in this hand. I hate leading on Tundra so much. Like, using my fetch land here takes away some of Brainstorm's value, but getting Wastelanded out of the game when I have this perfect mana base is not something I'm interested in. Ponder, Island, Force of Will. I'll keep these. We're just going to play the Stay Alive and Cantrip a Lot game for a little while. I can Brainstorm next turn and use Ponder to shuffle it if I don't find a fetch land. Alright, sweet. They're an Ancient Tomb deck. Let's hope it's mono red, because that matchup is great. Eldrazi's a little tougher since we don't have the back to basics. Lotus Petal looks like mono red. Are you going to cast Blood Moon? Because that would be great. Alright, so my top card is Basic Island. I have these 2 Force of Wills. Yeah, you can have a Blood Moon. Alright, so I'm drawing Ponder next turn. Yeah, I'm just going to pass here. They had to use Lotus Petal to power this out, and the Blood Moon set them back 1 mana. So I'm not sure what they... Like, only Chalice? Or if they could have Spirit Guide, I guess, to cast a different thing. I do have to force a Chalice, unfortunately. Unfortunately. This matchup is so fucking good, though. This is a big reason to play this deck. That looked like they were paying for Chalice. Oh, it was Spirit Guide. Alright. I'm going to force pitching one of the Brainstorms. I'm drawing Ponder next turn, so I don't need to Brainstorm in response. Like, I want to see as many cards as possible, get myself set up. I hate forcing these because my deck has all these Swords to Plowshares in it. But we don't have Plow or white mana currently, so not an option. Huh, that's ugly. Spell Pierce is great. All these mountains are not. So, I think I have to shuffle this. Yep. Alright, Tundra, go. Alright, so if they cast... Hopefully they don't cast anything I need to force this turn. That's like the hope every turn, basically. Alright, they have 3 mana, so they're going to cast something. I hope it's like Ensnaring Bridge. Chalice on 1. That card is not okay. I could Brainstorm in response, looking for something better. Like, if I find True Name Nemesis, I don't care about this anymore. I'm going to Brainstorm. Okay, cool. So, they can have their Chalice. I'll just slam Jace. And then we're doing it. Right, I'm going to Brainstorm this turn, trying to find a blue card to go with this Force of Will. I play a lot of them. Alright, that's not any of them, though. Punished hard. The good news is if they don't play some like super lethal threat right now, I can hard cast Force next turn. Though they are on their Chandra turn, they haven't missed a land drop. Okay, so they can attack for 1. Jace dies next turn if I can't deal with this. I believe the opponent did keep 7. Alright, so if we get untapped white mana this turn, we'll be pretty set. White mana or Batterskull? Alright, we drew it. Alright, go get him, Stoneforge Mystic. Stoneforge is going to get Batterskull. And then Batterskull is going to embarrass these goblins for the rest of the game. The other Stoneforge can get the... Jace is going to die, though, unfortunately. That is going to happen. But he did his job. He got us over the hump here. Now we have Force ready. I can't Spell Pierce because of Chalice. Stoneforge gets to eat one of these goblins on the way through. The other is going to get mentored into a 2/2. Wish I had a Snapcaster to just punish this whole line. Oh, I guess this one doesn't have to attack. This works a little differently than that other card. All right, so Mentor resolves. That's attacking Jace. All right, they're both attacking Jace, so I'm not going to block. If one was attacking me, I would have totally blocked the other one and saved the Jace. But they wisely went Jace with both. It's like they know how to do stuff. I hate when my opponents do stuff. So why would I play or not play this land? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 seems like a good number of lands to have in play. So if I play this land, next turn I can cast Stoneforge, cast Jitte, and equip Jitte all in one turn. Though I don't need to play the land to do that. That's going to happen either way. All right. I can't cast the Spell Pierce, so there's no reason to make the land drop for that. We just got to watch out for Fiery Confluence lighting up our Batterskull. Though they have missed several land drops now. And Batterskull's going to get to eat a goblin for free this turn, because it has to attack. Batterskull, go. Still have Force of Will. And Batterskull gets to attack too. Like if they want to trade their War Blossom token for a Germ token, I'm all about it. Right, what do you got? What's the play? The second Blood Moon, you got it. I barely cared about the first one. Now here comes Umezawa's Jitte. Which is cool because it kind of forces the block on the Batterskull because they're going to lose all their permanents anyway. Yeah, Fiery Confluence is their best card at this point. Chandra is whatever. Chandra is good, but not like game breaking at this point. I'm not going to kill the War Boss right now because I like that it forces goblins to attack and gain me 4 life and put more counters on my Jitte every combat. Like he probably should have just blocked with War Boss there, honestly, to keep that from happening. Like this Jitte is going to go out of control just eating goblin tokens. Magus of the Moon. All right, Moon Tribal. You got it. Right, I'm going to gain 4 more life. Jitte goes up to 4. We continue to completely ignore this Chalice of the Void, which is one of the strengths of this deck compared to other blue-white decks. This red deck is pretty popular somehow. I don't get it, but people got to live their best life. All right, I'm going to take away their easy block and then get in with my giant Batterskull. Now they can't even triple block to kill this thing because it becomes a 10-10. All right, cool. Maybe I should have just Hadokened. No, I don't know. Like, they got to be sitting on Chandra or Fiery Confluence. Those are the only cards that would make sense for them to have in their hand. And I have Force of Will for it. And then a Goblin's going to get created. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to have 7 counters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, it's not quite lethal. We just have to hope they don't have 2 Fiery Confluences. Now I have to think, if this is Chandra, do I even counter it? I don't think that I do. Though the second Confluence doesn't matter, because I can just bounce Batterskull and redeploy it. They get to kill my Jitte. They can't kill Batterskull, Jitte, and my Stoneforge Mystics, though. They would need 4 modes to do that with Confluence. I think they're figuring that out right now. I guarantee that they're looking at the Confluence. They have it clicked and all the little menus of what you can choose. All right, destroy Jitte. All right, it doesn't matter. I'm forcing it. Does this get a concession? Yes. All right, good. We did it. It was followed by some goblins. Kinda. All right, so now the matchup gets even better. Vendilion Click is good. Wasteland doesn't do much. It is a land drop, though. Disenchant's great. Celestial Purge counters every card in their, or exiles every card in their deck. Engineered Explosives kills out Chalice and Goblins. I do like having Supreme Verdict in case they go wide early, so I can mop up. The tough choice is what to cut, because all my cards are just so good. I gotta get 6 cards out of my deck? That's so many. All right, Spell Snare only counters Chalice of the Void in their whole deck, so Snare can go. True Name is not ideal. Like it's just a thing. It's just a creature. I've been really impressed with Palace Jailer in this matchup. Not a big Click fan? I would believe you. I probably want 1 because I'm cutting some threats. Like, I do need things to carry my weapons at some point in this game. Yeah, Jitte is better than Sword of Fire and Ice, though it's pretty close. Maybe Jitte is not better than Sword of Fire and Ice. Yeah, Jitte is more castable. So I think I want to keep the Jitte. Though it is really close. Like, these do a very similar thing. All right, I gotta cut one more thing. Yeah, protection from Chandra is pretty important. But so does Sword. The opposing deck might bring in Ensnaring Bridges, which I don't care about because I have Jason a bunch of answers to it. But they really don't have a lot of plan here. Sure, but what am I cutting for it? I guess I'll cut Jailer on the draw. And Gotta get rid of one more card. Is it one of the plows? One of the pierces? I'll get rid of one plow. We brought in a lot more removal spells. Alright, we have all available weapons on deck right now. I probably want to Gideon in the deck, but I didn't. I was busy talking about Sword of Fire and Ice. Alright, so this hand has a Spell Pierce and a Snapcaster. God, if we were on the play. Though I think this is a mulligan, especially with the London mulligan rules. Wow, look at this hand. I'll keep this. Council's Judgment is the worst card here. Oh, they're on 5. It's so weird trying to figure out what mulligan they're on. You have to go actually read the chat because they have 7 cards in hand. Yeah, they're on 5. We have a Force, a Plow, and a Purge. We don't get a Scry anymore. I do miss the Scry. But it is a little awkward that we have a non-basic land as our only mana source. Basic island? Alright, that's not a basic island. Let's hope they just go for Rabblemaster. All in on Rabblemaster right now. Spirit Guide Rabblemaster? Alright, they didn't do it. They did nothing. Land? Alright, sweet. Now we're doing it. I'm holding these brainstorms because I want to get as much value as possible out of them. I'll end step 1 of them this turn, unless they make me do something else. Chandra? Sure. I got Purge on lock. I'm taking 2 from this mountain. I even get to fetch my basic plains here. Arid Mesa, too good. See you later, Chandra. Land? God, we're so good. All right. So now we get to brainstorm into whatever we want. I guess I should brainstorm now in case I hit Stoneforge Mystic. All right, Snapcaster. We found our 4th land. We're not snapping this turn. Maybe I'll tuck the Jace on top. So I want the Snapcaster eventually. All right, I'll put Ponder Snapback. Oh shit, I've punted. I needed to keep one of those non-Jace blue cards in case I have to force this turn. But I guess if we stick Jace, it'll be good enough. I can pitch this Brainstorm. It's fine. Chandra. Alright, I put Snapcaster on top, right? I can just snap Council's Judgment. Or snap Purge. Yeah, whatever. If they go land plus for mana, 3-drop, that can punish us here. But I can still snap Purge next turn if I have to. Alright, there's the land. I hope they cast a Goblin here. Or a Spirit Guide. Something we can plow cleanly. Alright, they did it. Alright, so now they have 1 card in their hand, and we have Force of Will Jace. This should become pretty easy. We get to force whatever they do next turn, and then jam Jace. We're beating right up on this mulligan to 5. See you later, Ponder. We don't need you anymore. Now we have 2 blue and a white basic mana sources available. Life is good. We don't care about Blood Moon, though I imagine they boarded a lot of them out. All right, just conceded to that. Good enough. Yeah, this matchup is so good. Basic mountains are not good against our deck. Goblins might be tough, but Jitte does a good job against them. All right, 1-0. 5-1 on the night, 6-0 in our hearts. The key to that matchup is just try to line up your answers with the threats in the way that makes the most sense for the next threat. Like, don't counterspell a card you could Swords to Plowshares when they could cast a card that you can't plow next turn. The Greater Moss Dog. All right, this hand does everything. Yeah, I think the Red Prison deck was insane in the previous metagame. I like the Grixis control matchup better than Miracles, but that's not saying a lot because I am terrified of Miracles. Like, Sword of Fire and Ice goes a long way against Grixis. Having that in the board is pretty important. And I don't love Grixis, is the answer. Please play Aether Vial, Aether Vial, Aether Vial, not Mom, Aether Vial. Please, 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 please. Aether Vial. Vial, 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 Vial. Oh god, I'm so scared here. Or nothing. Nothing works too. Honestly, I've not played against a whole lot of Grixis control because it's a bad deck. Like, people on Magic Online just don't really play it. They probably will at the Grand Prix, though. Like, you probably have to count on people playing whatever, like, generic smart person deck. Yeah, like, it's come full circle. Like, it went from completely unplayable to maybe it's good, and that's like the window where it gets to shine. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of this Wasteland, and I'm gonna Ponder here. Like, it's just in that space where, like, a deck is so bad that it's off the radar, then it becomes good again. And I think you have to adjust the threats from what they used to be. All right, so none of these cards are Swords to Plowshares, but one of these cards is Force of Will. Like, if I cast Stoneforge next turn, I'm able to protect it with Force. All right, so I think that this is going to work. I'm assuming they're Death and Taxes. Like, what deck goes Plains Go other than Taxes? I guess it could be Maverick. Or is it straight up Humans? I guess Taxes does play a Cavern. Oh god, it's Soldier Stompy. Max, is that you? More McGill. Are you in the chat? Are you also my opponent? If you are, stop ghosting, you cheater. Alright, so this is definitely Soldier Stompy. Let's hope they don't cast Big Thalia right now. Uh-oh, there's Big Thalia. We were, in fact, bamboozled. Alright, so the good news is Wasteland is on top of my deck, and I am going to want that at some point now. I could just do it right now. Or at least get it right now. So do I even want that? What does that do? It kills the Cavern next turn. It does nothing to answer this Thalia. So we're going to have to endure... Alright, I am going to shuffle my library. They got me. I need a Swords to Plowshares. Alright, sweet. Yeah, we're going to need a second white source at some point, too. I hope they don't have Wasteland right now. We're probably just dead if they do. And by probably, I mean literally. Is there a way I could have played differently? Yeah, it's a Force and a Snare. Like, it's pretty bad. Suppression Field. Sweet Jesus. Okay. I can pay that. So I pay 2. I get my Swords to Plowshares. Alright, I'm not going to cast this turn, though, because if they have a second Thalia in hand, I don't want them to be able to just redeploy. I'll just take my 3, get it in the end step. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. I was just not even thinking. We should have forced this field. Faux show. Yeah, that's right. This is in the graveyard, and we don't have Snapcaster. Oh god, we're getting enlisted. Can't be countered. Maybe they'll brick. 0 soldiers in the top 4. Alright, there go these cards. Aerial Responder. This is a 2/3 Flying Vig lifelink. Okay. This is a card that gets played in Legacy? Why? Is this the best we can do against Delver Secrets? Alright, they've made their land drop this turn. So I am not going to take this 3. I don't have to now. Alright, Stoneforge Mystic, you're up, buddy. Oh my god, that'll eventually be pretty good, probably. Alright, so I can't get Jitte because of the suppression field, and I'm bad. I also need a land to even activate this Stoneforge. If they play another suppression field, though, I'm so ready. Since I let them have the first one for no reason. I can also snap Ponder next turn, if nothing else. God, do they have Rethalia? I don't like that. Oh, Recruiter. I like that even less. They're probably getting another enlistment officer. Oh, they can't get that one. It has 3 toughness. I hope they just get regular Thalia. Well, I hope they get something that they cast this turn, because Force of Will is ready for the first time. For the first time in forever. Yeah, they could get Jailer. I'll force the shit out of that. Unless they play patiently. And just wait till Cavern untaps. Or if they have like a Leonin Relic Warder or like something that answers Batterskull. I don't even know what this deck has. It's a shame Mormagill's not watching right now. He's usually in the chat, and he loves this deck. Aerial Responder. Alright, so they're casting Palace Jailer next turn. So I should force this while forcing is an option. They're playing very smart, making sure that Jailer comes down. Is in fact a soldier. All right, so I was going to slam my Jailer with a land next turn, but now that's not the play. But I do still want a land. Okay, sweet. We got a land. It does cost 2 extra because I'm dumb. All right, so they get to put me in jail. And then I get to put them in jail. Oh, wait, I should cast this Stoneforge. Right? Yeah, okay. All right, so I'm going to pay 2 to fetch. Unfortunately, I have to get the Tundra because I need double white. Yeah, I'm getting the Jitte anyway. I want to use my mana more efficiently, have more creatures in play, because they're going to jam Jailer this turn. Then I'm going to jam it back next turn. Yeah, this is... Yeah, Stoneforge is not taxed, so getting the land right then lets me maximize mana. Still not blocking this. Alright, they have 2 cards in hand. We know one is Jailer. Let's hope that our Jailer is good enough to jail him forever. And we still don't dodge Wasteland. If they just play it and pass, I'm going to have to fetch at some point when it's not my main phase. Like we are just exposed to Wasteland here. It's out and about. Suppression field's real good. I wish I forced it. Whoopsie doozies. All right, here's Jailer. All right, so it has to exile one of my creatures. That's good. It would actually be like super slick to exile one of your own in case I steal the Monarch. You at least get value off it. All right, they drew an extra card. All right. Oh, nice. All right, so I'm going to jail their enlistment officer, I think, because that's the biggest creature on the board. And I get my Stoneforge back. And as long as they don't cast another jailer and just like raw dog steal back the monarchy, like one of their two cards plus draw step can't contain actual jailer. That's all I'm asking here. And then True Name comes down next turn, and then we're pretty much safe, I think. And then we're on the slow ride through Suppression Field. I didn't know the top of my deck, so no need to shuffle. All my equipments are in my hand. All right, Plow is good. We're going to be in an old Monarchy slobber knocker here. All right, this is not in their hand anymore. We don't know anything. 3 mysteries. So I can cast True Name and Plow next turn. That seems insane. All right, now they have humans as well. What human in the deck is not a soldier? Do they play Mother of Runes? I don't think so. All right, easy block. Get out of here. The creature comes back when the monarchy changes, not when that card dies. So that was a super safe block there. I'm not going to try to brainstorm and get cute here. I am just going to hold up my things, ride the Monarch to victory. Next turn I can put Batterskull into play. I have Plow to protect me from any nonsense right now. Oh, now I have another Plow. Life is good. I could brainstorm end step, I guess. Just because, like, the Monarch, I'm getting pretty close to having to discard. So just, like, spewing cards to see more cards. It's better than it would normally be. Yeah, I'm going to go for this brainstorm. Okay. Whatevs. All right, I'll put these 2 back. True Name again. You are still my nemesis. Now I can attack with everything because I have another True Name and a Plow. And I can go to discard, or I can just Plow this thing right now. Like, do they have any instant speed threats? I don't know, but I'm not going to risk it. I'll just discard the Council's Judgment I'm about to draw. Or I could discard Jitte. I could Judgment the Suppression Field, then just go off. All right, I don't need 2 Judgments. I have 2 Plows. All right. I feel like we're driving pretty well here. All right, they agree. We got through that one on the strength of Palace Jailer. We won that game 100% because of Palace Jailer. That was weird. This deck's weird. All right, so we definitely want our Wastelands to take them off Cavern. Supreme Verdict's insane. Plow's great. We want Explosives and Disenchants because they have the fields and the chalices. Gideon's good as long as they don't have Suppression Field. We're going to do our best not to let them have it. Spell Snare gets both of the things we're worried about. I'm going to get rid of Spell Pierces. Because Snare counters the Chalice and the Suppression Field on any turn of the game. Pierce only gets them early. Caracas is really good. Thalia theme deck. Counterspell might be bad. No, Force of Will is worse than Counterspell. Alright, I'm down to 2 forces. I have all my white removal spells in the deck. I could bring in Sword of Fire and Ice, but I don't think it's better than Jitte. It is better than Jitte against Suppression Field. Like, Jitte costs 2 mana every time you take a counter off it. You think Force is better than Counterspell? I'm willing to believe you. Yeah, we do lose games where we get cheesed early. I'm suspicious of all of the counterspells, though, against the... I'm sure they have 4 Caverns in their deck. Like, there's no reason to have any less than that. Do we want to work in this Sword of Fire and Ice? It's only really good on a true name. Is it better than Spell Snare? Is Sword of Fire and Ice better than the second Spell Snare? In 38 seconds or less, answer my question. Snare is better than Force? Okay, I would agree with you there. All right, so it looks like Sword of Fire and Ice is not... I don't think I'm going to bring in Sword. All right, off we go. Yeah, it's only good on True Name, but holy shit, is it good on True Name. But I guess if I have True Name in play, I'm just living the dream anyway. All right, so I have Force, a Cantrip, and a Stoneforge, and a Disenchant, but I do not have 2 lands. I am on the draw, and I have a Cantrip, though. I play a lot of lands. Let's run this. They're on 6 already. I guess I have to force this. I'm going to pitch the Snapcaster. It sucks that I have to do this. If I had a second land, I wouldn't, because I have the Disenchant ready. That felt pretty bad. Instantly punished. All right, maybe they have a backup Chalice, and that was their whole plan. I gotta hope for the best. I'm glad I found a land, though. That's exciting. Cavern, is it Big Thalia time? Big Thalia is a lot worse than Little Thalia, I think, here. Because Big Thalia means I can't Stoneforge. Alright, Little Thalia is fine. I can still Stoneforge. I could have brainstormed in response, try to find the 3rd land, but I'd rather just jam Stoneforge. Try to get there naturally. Got there naturally. There's the island, here's the plains, perfect mana setup. Come on, Moto. I told you to sacrifice this. I get so nervous when I click something and it doesn't happen. Like, Magic Online is somehow going to let me fail to find here. Okay, alright. We didn't miss. I'm going to get Batterskull to force them to respect. Because, like, Sophie, or Jitte doesn't get through this 2 on first strike until I have this True Name in play. Anurag, you give me a lot of credit that I know how to do any of this. I'm, like, the biggest noob on, like, the stream side of things. I'm just here to put Magic the Gathering out into the world. But someday I will sit down and study how to actually be a good be a good streamer as well as a reasonable Magic player. This looks like a jailer. Oh my god, it's George Clunarch. What does this even do? At the beginning of each combat, creatures you control gain all the abilities that any creature you has. Okay, I see it. I got you. Thank you for that. All right, well, look at the art on this card. This is clearly George Clooney, by the way. Like, Very obviously. George Clunark. Alright, so all his creatures are going to have first strike for the rest of the game. But luckily, True Name Nemesis doesn't care. So, do I ponder and deploy Batterskull or jam True Name? I think I jam True Name. Okay, George Clunark makes sense why that shitter is in the deck. That one they played last game, like the 2/2 flying first strike Vig. Oh, it's each turn. Okay, good to know. Also blocking first strike. Yeah, we don't want them to have a flyer. I'm well set up otherwise. What are all the words this thing reads? Is it literally everything? Death Touch, Double Strike. Thorn of Amethyst. Okay. I can kill that. They're also at 12 from their Ancient Tomb. So the race is on. I really want to draw a land. Land? That's not a land. Alright, so I'm going to punch with True Name. And then hang back with Batterskull. Like, they're at 12, and I believe they missed a land drop last turn. So even if they have Disenchant for my Batterskull, it's going to cost them 2 life to answer it. Because of the Thorn. All right, what is this? Is it Palace Jailer? Because I welcome Palace Jailer. All right. I don't care about that. It doesn't change the race. Oh, that's the wrong thing. What did they reveal? Enlistment Officer, Sanctum Prelate. All right. They hit another Officer and a Prelate. Okay, Batterskull doesn't actually do anything because they're going to have first strike forever. Got it. All right. I see how this works now. They can't attack this turn, though. So that's good. Maybe they forgot I have Batterskull. They did not forget. All right, so that doesn't help them attack. It just helps them block. Oh, that's nice. So if I waste their tomb, they're never casting a spell again, right? I guess I should ponder first. If I find Swords to Plowshares, I can just kill George Clooney. Oh wait, no, they also have Thalia. So I definitely ponder. All right, Disenchant. Oh, Caracas is D's plus. No shuffle. So I think I want to hit the tomb first. And then I'll worry about, like, they're going to be at 4. And then I'll bounce George Clooney next turn and kill them. So we know their last card in hand isn't a land, or they would have played it already. So they have to draw a land, even cast the 3-drop in their hand. All right, here we got them. 2 of Wasteland, too good. Just pick them off. All right, 7-0 in our hearts on the night. Just saying. Against a huge variety of decks. I'm going to refill my drink while we find an opponent. How about that time my opponent cast Odric, Lunarch Commander, or whatever, against me? That was crazy. Oh, we're playing against Arkin. He's been on Dredge lately. He is a streamer. I'm sure he's streaming right now. You can do the Jarvis thing again and watch us both. Watch both sides of the matchup. Just don't tell me what he's doing. That's cheating. All right, so if he's on dredge, Force of Will's good, Plow's good. He also likes Stoneblade a lot, so he could be on basically anything. All right, basic Plains Go is good against my hand of Spell Snare. I'm going to hold up Spell Snare, not Ponder here. Maybe he's on Soldier Stompy again. You can play against the 2 in a row. I hear Game of Thrones again behind me. I love that theme song. I'm going to miss it when it's gone. So I saw Hatebreed last Friday. They're on their 25-year reunion tour, and they played the Game of Thrones theme music when they came out. Wow, they are on Soldiery Stomperoonies. All right, so I can plow this thing. The question is, do I fetch Tundra, plow this, untap Ponder? I could also waste him off. I could just force. I'm not going to force a card that I could answer 1 for 1. I'm going to fetch Tundra and hope this works. Just hope for the best here. Get that out of there. All right, so yeah, I'll Ponder first. Let's find some lands. All right, sweet. Just found multiple lands and Jitte. Not mad about it. Bang. All right, let's hope that's good enough. I now have a clean line to cast this True Name Nemesis and put Jitte on it. Getting wasted here would probably cost him a turn. All right, I'm drawing Caracas, so I don't need to respect this yet. And then I have the Spell Snare to just send it to the graveyard. This mono non-basic land base is scaring me, though. Like, this Arid Mesa is going to have to fetch Tundra as well to cast this True Name. Though I guess one way to power through Wasteland is just have only non-basics. Like, it's worse when you're counting on exactly 1 to work. All right, Spell Snare, let's crush. Never didn't have it. Maybe I don't care about that because I have Caracas, but maybe I care a lot about it. All right, I'm dead to back to basics, but I'm not dead to much else. That's good news. So what I want to draw is a land. If I can just connect with this Jitte all natural next turn, like no Stoneforge, no chance to Revoker it. All right, so he has Ancient Tomb and City of Traders in this deck. Oh, he's Eldruzer Taxes. The Spell Pierce is not getting any better than being a blue card. Come on, land. All right, so I could Snapcaster Ponder looking for my land, or I could hold up Snap Plow. I think I want to do that. That probably makes more sense. He played City of Traders as his land, so if he has a Wasteland... you like the Snap Ponder? You know what? I also like the Snap Ponder. Like, I think it's close and either one is defensible, but having Jitte and Jace in my hand makes me want this 4th land real bad. I can even Ponder into a Plow. All right, so now I get to shuffle this away. All right, that was awkward, but it's okay. We found another Ponder, and we were never getting the 4th land this game otherwise. Ooh, looter scooter. I don't care about that one bit. So the pros and cons are, the cons are if they stick a reality smasher, we take 5. The pros are if we hit land 4, we just get to start jamming these powerful things that they're going to have a hard time coming back from. No, they're all in my brain. You have to tune in to hear them. I'm going to get Jete online instead of Jace because I want to clock this game. Like in Miracles, you jam Jace here, but this isn't Miracles. Like he just scoops straight up to Jete. He made it clear he didn't have a real creature last turn because he played the scooter instead. All right, so we're playing against Eldrazi Taxes. That's a deck custom built to get Supreme Verdicted. Engineered Explosive seems great. Disenchant's good. Yeah, just write them down for me. You can be the mod who just shouts out all my names for things whenever anything happens. Spell Pierce does not seem like a good Magic card against this deck. Spell Snare does. We saw Thalia and Scooter. Also George Clunarch. Don't forget him. I was ready with that one. I got a nickname for everything that has a nickname. All right, Force of Will. So Palace Jailer is going to be really good unless I get hit by a Reality Smasher. I want every plow. Oh yeah, counterspell. All right, what are we bringing in over the counterspell? Gideon? Or Vendilion Click? Yeah, Gideon is probably better than counterspell. Yeah, there was also the Choptopotamus. That's a person I know, aka Dr. Choptopus. All right, this deck looks as good as it's going to get. Man, Eldrazi Taxes, huh? Remember that time I thought we were safe and then he jammed a Reality Smasher? Turned out we were still safe, but it was scary. Okay, so I have Force of Will against any cheese, and I have Spell Snare against anything fair. And then I have the classic Stoneforge True Name, light them up, run them down, endgame plan. I'm not going to ponder. I'm too busy spell snaring. If they cast Thought-Knot Seer, that sucks. If he has Chalice to the Void, I'm super happy. Which one is it? Oh, Spyglass? Yeah, I'll hit that too. Good enough. I believe we did not see a Cavern last game, but that doesn't mean they don't have it. I would probably assume that they do have it. Though, like, yeah, Cavern is a colorless land plus. So I assume that their deck that's trying to cast a Reality Smasher. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So we're probably getting smashed here, unless we get our thoughts knotted. The good news is we have multiple great cards. All right, can't force it. Batterskull races Reality Smasher straight up, though. Like, we take 1 a turn and they take 4 a turn in this world. We can't force it. Oh, did they misclick? If they misclicked, I feel bad for missing it, but whatever. Man, bummer, we had him. All right, so I do not want to shuffle my library. Oh yeah, I guess they did. It didn't say uncounterable. Fuck my life. Wasteland's a good card. All right, I'm sure his chat was also yelling at him that he tapped wrong. So he's not going to do it again. So kind of an awkward situation here. I know that my top 2 cards are lands. So if he wastelands me, I want to make sure I hit my next land drop. So I could spend this turn plowing Smasher instead of deploying Batterskull. And that insulates me from getting just wasted right out. And True Name's a lot better on a board where Reality Smasher isn't already running the roost. Walking Ballista X equals 2. Okay. So I can just disenchant that next turn, right? I don't need to force this. I do need to fetch in response, though, because if I don't... Alright, yeah, I'll fetch in response. That shuffles away the lands that I know about. I think I have to get Tundra here to overload these wastelands. Like, I can't let him take me all the way off white. Alright, you got a Ballista. So I'm going to take 5. Oh, I'm not going to take 5. Cool. That's how good Batterskull is against Reality Smasher. It's just not even worth attacking into. That's a good way to live your life. Land? Could still be a land. Alright, we got a land. Alright, so now I can plow the Smasher and just crunch. Yeah, I'm going to plow discarding Force. Force is not helping me against the cards that I care most about. And I can sneak this Jitte into play too. So that's pretty sweet. Yeah, like the things we care about are not, they're not very many. Like Smasher is his best card, and we already decided we don't care about that. If he can find a way to like ratchet up this Walking Ballista where it can actually tangle with my Germ, maybe I care. Like if it gets up to 5/5, but Disenchant answers that. And then I have Jitte at the ready. Eldrazi Displacer I care about, if that's what's coming right now. All right, this looks like Thought Knot. All right, so I'm going to get my Jitte out. Let's see if they ping him off. All right, they didn't. So I'm going to shove this Jitte into play in response. Then they get to take my True Name, and then Batterskull hopefully just wins the game. He just asked if I had the Force Willow when he cast Smasher. Unless he was trying to bait me. All right. Weapon battle. All right, so that's pretty interesting that all right, let's draw land. Land. Yes. Skadoosh. Now we get to do everything, every single thing. It's even aligned to basic white mana. So we're just set. All right, go get him, Batterskull. What can he even do that I care about? Okay, this works. You can just ping off Stoneforge Mystic so I don't get counters. That was tight. Good play. I'm still going to block this, unless he can kill my germ as well. This line is still fine. Like, I just block with my germ. Jitte gets 2 counters. Thought Knot has 4 damage on it. Then I just minus. So he has to kill the germ before combat for me to care about what he's doing right now. Or he could cast Reality Smasher and put sword on it. I would care about that a lot. All right. I think we're good. This is not a blue or red card. That is a black card. I'm not sure I agree with him that Disenchant was more important than True Name with this Thought Knot. Though I guess if he could answer Germ, then Sword is more important. Though if he could answer Germ, I think he would have done it before combat. Like, why would... Unless you just forgot that it's black? Okay. He said that he thought about Sword of Fire and Ice a turn earlier, but I had the Force of Will and the Disenchant at the time, so it wouldn't have connected. All right, we're 7-1 in real life, 8-0 in our hearts. This deck can't lose. One of the great things about Stoneblade is that it's really good against fair decks, and the way that I've tuned this list, it's pretty good against combo too. So that doesn't leave much left that you're not covered against. It's just bigger control decks. All right, what did we play against tonight? This was Eldrazi Stomp. Yeah, we haven't played against Miracles or Delver tonight. It's just like, it's been the rogues gallery of BS. So we played against Eldrazi Taxes, and we played against Soldier Stompy. What did we play against round 1 here? I don't even remember. I'm so busy narrating. We'll have to go to the VOD and remember what we actually played against. We played against lands earlier, Burn, Storm. All right, this hand has lands, cantrips. Yeah, mono red Soldier Stompy, Eldrazi Taxes. Yeah, this deck's really good against Chalice decks, as far as blue decks go. Oh yeah, we did play against the Jimmy Rink special, the Lands, Burn, Storm, Vengevine. That was probably a list, not a single deck. But yeah, the Jim Rinkowitz deck that we punted against, the punt that will live in infamy. I won't actually be able to post this deck, this VOD, as a 10-0. Oh god, are we getting turn 1? Alright, are we playing against Epic Storm or Belcher? It can't be Belcher, they have fetch land. Alright, it looks like they're just making infinite goblins. Storm is what, 5? They get 10 goblins? Alright, so I have the Stoneforge. I don't think that's good enough. So, is it Ruby Storm or just Epic Storm? Alright, so what happens if I play this game out? I take 10, then I die. Alright, yeah. On the play, we might have gotten a Batter Skull down in time to... And on the play, we would have just spell snared the Wish. Okay, yeah, Seething Song is weird. Alright, so there's some sort of like all-in red deck. Alright, this is good. These are good. Yeah, the Volcanic Island's weird. It could be some like hyper-aggressive rebuild of Test that's trying to break the London Mulligan. Palace Jailer's bad. Council's Judgment's probably bad. Swords of Plowshare's got to be terrible. Clicks can come in. Verdict's in. There are blue-red ruby storms, so do I want disenchant? Is that good enough, or am I dead at that point? Huh. All right. Some sort of genius storm deck. Big brainstorm. Do I want surgicals against this deck? Does it go out of the graveyard, or does it just go face? Yeah, I don't know. All right, I'll bring in surgicals. Probably not disenchants. Tormod's Crypt. All right, Swords to Plowshares is out. Yeah, I don't know what the hell they're doing. They could have defense grids. Yeah, they gotta have Past in Flames in this deck, right? No way they don't. Yeah, that's all right. You're more educated on the subject than I am. I've only seen the mono red builds of this. All right, True Names can take a break. I'd have all my counter spells, most of my disruption. Do I want these disenchants? And if so, where do they go? They can replace one of the True Names. I think I need the rest of these cards. If I get a turn, Wasteland's probably really good. No, Wasteland probably sucks. All right. Here's the deck. I'm sticking to it. This is all I got. All right, let's see just a wall of permission. I'll take it. That certainly counts as a wall of permission in my book. We even have the turn 2 Stoneforge. If they do like maneuver an empty through our counterspell, we can go for a quick Batter Skull and maybe beat a smaller empty. All right, they're on 5. I would really like another blue source so I could leave up 2 counterspells. Ask and you shall receive. Yeah, I'm not jamming Stoneforge. I'll jam it next turn. That becomes a pretty easy choice at that point. End step Brainstorm, you got it. It's probably defensible to Spell Pierce that. Crypt is in a strange place. You mean in like the meta or in this matchup? Just in life? I'll Spell Pierce a Ruby for sure. Yeah, Crypt is weird. I have no idea how good it is. It could just be terrible. Could be great. Nobody knows. I'm going to Brainstorm in this end step. I don't really want a basic Plains if I can avoid it. Like, that's an easy card to get rid of. I want to find a Force of Will so I can just, like, easily deploy this Stoneforge next turn. All right, so I could draw Scalding Tarn. All right, I got to decide how much fear I want to live in. Like, I could slam Stoneforge. Or I could just hold up 3 counterspells. Yeah, I think I'm just going to hold up 3 counterspells. And I can, like, snap Brainstorm in the end step if I feel like I need a clock. I think jamming Stoneforge is, like, asking to die. They've certainly cantripped a lot this game. Is this card good? All right, I'll let him have it. That might be a mistake. Who knows? Brainstorm, huh? All right, you can brainstorm. They're sculpting so hard. If they have a plan to get out of this, it's got to be online by now. Yeah, being able to aggro dig for a crypt is really nice in the matchups where crypt is good. We're just not sure if crypt is even good. All right, now what's happening to me? Another 2-drop. All right, I'll spell snare this one. Or do I want to spell pierce this one? That probably makes more sense. Snare hits wishes no matter how much mana they have. So cracking off a pierce when it's good makes sense. Past in Flames is their plan. All right, so I'm just going to hold up Counterspell, Snap, Counterspell. The Stoneforge can just hang out for a little bit. Like when I could cast 3 counterspells or just 1, I guess I could have had 2 available. Burning Wish. No. All right, so now I kind of do want to dig for a crypt. Or maybe I'll just jam Stoneforge this turn. All right, there's that. So I don't have 2 counterspells anymore. I'm going to brainstorm. Okay, now we're pretty well set up. So I can cast Stoneforge right now for Batterskull. And then I have up Force and Flusterstorm for next turn. I'm going to get Tundra. I don't think they're going to Blood Moon me, right? At least I hope not. That would be the ideal situation, not getting Blood Mooned. Though, if they spend a turn Blood Mooning, then I'm probably just going to win, because then they didn't do anything. They've got to have bounce spells, right? All Dentist. Like blue-red. And they have a Burning Wish package. All right, they're wishing for something. I will spell pierce this. I don't know even what they're wishing for, like reforge the soul? Like what do they want from this position? Let's draw a blue card. Nice. Okay. So the plan is in place for the rest of the game here. All right, yeah, Past in Flames is a card they can wish for. Yeah, they got to be on just mono Past in Flames. Gotta be. All right. I'm going to let them have that because I'm a psycho. Can't counter that one. I can race a large number of goblins with this Batterskull, so they have to go pretty deep. Right, I'm gonna spell snare. I could snap snare, but then I can't Batterskull. Oh, nice. And they just lose their 3 floating mana. That's nice. All right, now we get to win. Blue card. The hits keep coming. I'm not going to play that land. What does that land do? It doesn't do anything. It lets me hardcast Force. All right, maybe that's a line I'd be interested in. Probably not, but I'll at least make it available to me. All right, I'm going to surgical them in their draw step. They'll probably concede rather than show me their deck. going to take their Manamorphoses. That seems like the most powerful card they have. They'll almost certainly concede in response to this. Oh man, what is happening? Oh, they're casting a Manamorphose. Okay. We sniped them, kids. Oh my god, I'm going to see their deck. Alright, time to screenshot this. Take a picture. Alright, so exile, exile. What is bonus round? Till end of turn, whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery spell, they copy it and get new copies. That's bad news for my Flusterstorm. Like, for them. Alright, so their hand doesn't do anything. Bonus round, Desperate Ritual, Reforge the Soul. They have 4 in the main deck. Jesus. Alright. Wheel of Fortune, 2 Past in Flames in the main. Oh, they boarded out all their win conditions. They're all in the board right now. Or maybe they never were in the deck. Okay. Confirmed this is Ruby Storm. Confirmed Graveyard Hate is good. Alright. Okay. Confirm their hand doesn't do anything, and they're dead. Because Snapcaster makes 7, and they're dead. Yeah, you can... No, I'm gonna Spell Snare that. No, it doesn't matter, they're dead. Like, they have literal nothing and they're dead. Alright, there we go. Alright, so if we Surgical Wish, they can't win. Right? Burning Wish. Bonus round. Past in Flames. Yeah, they have no main deck win conditions. They have no counter magic. Alright. So we just have to London Mulligan ourselves into a Force of Will, make sure we don't die on turn 1. Or turn 0. Or we'll just Snapkeep a perfect hand. Oh, we both kept 7. This is going to be a fucking fireworks. Hopefully they have a slow one like they did last game. Okay, sweet. Cantrip? Oh, okay, that's good too. All right, the plan is in place. I have a Force of Will and a Surgical Extraction, and they can't win without Burning Wish, right? It's possible that he did that. I'm willing to believe it. I don't know how sophisticated the sideboard plan is in this deck. Oh, they can mill me out with Reforge the Soul? I guess that's possible. I have no idea. End step fetch. What you doing? Yeah, I would be pretty impressed if that happens. Yeah, I don't know. I have no opinions on that play. All right, I'm going to continue not doing anything. Because as far, like, unless they board it in a different plan, my plan currently checkmates anything he can do. Like, literally can't win. Unless he boarded into, like, Through the Breach Emrakul. Alright, what do we got? It's just, like, 4 goblins. Oh god, it's bonus round. What does this even do? Do I care? Can I let this resolve? That player copies it and chooses a new target. So Force of Will still counters both copies of a thing. I'll just counterspell. I don't know. Whatever. This also puts Snapcaster, or Counterspell in the graveyard for Snapcaster. If I draw another blue card holding up 2 counterspells, will feel better than 0. Or 1. Blue card? Not a blue card. Lame. Alright, so I guess I only have 1 counterspell regardless, so I'll get in with the Stoneforge. So I also have the Surgical, so life is good. Oh god, exponentially bonus rounds. I think I want to extract these in the upkeep. Just to know what I'm up against. Like, I have the Snapcaster for the Surgical on Burning Wish. Alright, we got one. Desperate Ritual, Manamorphose, Rite of Flame, Reforge the Soul. Did they change anything about the deck? They have 2 Flusterstorms, 2 Hope of Ghirapur now. They still have to Burning Wish to actually win the game. Alright, so if we Force of Will this Reforge the Soul this turn, he's Hellbent. Okay. It sucks we're losing Snapcaster to do this, though. Yep. As long as this doesn't find the 2-up Flusterstorm, we're okay. Yeah, Surgical's really messed up. God, are they splicing? They are splicing. Okay. So it's Reforge the Soul or Bust. That was the draw. They only had 1 of those when we saw their hand. Alright, so it's... Was Rite of Flame the last card, other than Reforge? Don't Flusterstorm me, bro. Alright, cool, we survived. Probably. We're still not out of the woods. Like, we need another blue card before they reforge some more souls. Alright, that's a good blue card. It's even the correct turn to make it relevant. Yeah, Splice is nice. Add that to my list of catchphrases on a rug. Alright, Rite of Flame, you got it. Burning Wish. I can't let you have that. This I cannot abide. Alright, I'm going to force this and not what he gets, because Burning Wish exiles itself when it resolves, and I would rather have it in the graveyard, so any Snapcaster or Surgical I draw is lethal. I'm also not sure that I could beat a Past in Flames, just fair and square. Flusterstorm's a good card. Do I hit Lotus Petal now or save it for a Medallion? I'll just hold on to it. Because the Disenchant could build Storm, I guess. How about just Brick? Just don't cast a spell. Thank you. That's what I wanted. I wanted a 1-turn window to start getting in. Yeah, if he spliced Glacial Ray, that would have been insane. That's also an alternate win con. You splice it enough times, it'll just get there. Alright, so he's at 7. I have 5 power in play, and he has Ancient Tomb as a mana source. Alright, how about Snapcaster, Force of Will, something to just lock it up? Alright, we're still alive to lock it up. Shit. We did not lock it up. Supreme Verdict is good if Goblins is their only plan. Like, I'd be pretty impressed if they gut shot me from 21. Though, how about you just don't draw anything? Don't Miracle or Reforge the Soul. Play a land and concede the game. Thank you. All right, this is usually the time I log off. It's 9 o'clock, but I'm not going to leave you with one match left unplayed. So we are 8-1 in actual results and 9-0 in what could have been if I was paying attention. So deck's good. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Niagara is coming. We've still played against exclusively fake decks tonight. Haven't had a Miracles opponent or a Grixis Control or even a single Delver of Secrets. We've just played against Combo and Chalice of the Void all night, which is probably a symptom of the London Mulligan metagame. Which is like an interesting observation because Stoneblade is really good against Chalice decks and fine against Combo. And if the London Mulligan forces the metagame into Chalice versus Combo, blue is just still a player. And like in that matchup, like they clearly built their deck to abuse the London Mulligan. It's just like an all-in, hope my opening hand does something messed up strategy. And like I get to mulligan and see fresh 7s until I get Force of Will. So like Belcher type decks did not get better with the London Mulligan. I'm willing to believe maybe Ad Nauseam type decks did, but not like ones with no plan to counter disrupt. I hope we play against Jarvis again in the finals. I hope he is back for more. Why should I leave the Verdict on top? I didn't want the lands, I wanted to shuffle. Like in case I get like discarded or something. Oh, in case they reforge the soul. All right, I see you. I hear you now. Though if they reforge the soul, I could have fetched in response and drawn 7 totally new ones. Like hopefully if my deck full of counter magic draws 7 cards, I don't need the Supreme Verdict. And if my 7 cards contain Snapcaster, I just win instantly. Alright, this hand has a removal spell, a cantrip, and a threat. They're on 6. Let's hope they're not doing anything too busted, because we are we are pants down to a turn 1 victory of some kind. This hand's also pretty bad against Chalice of the Void. This deck is real good, Alt Dentist. What are you on currently? What's the other 50? There's Shark to Crab Avatar. That's powerful stuff. I have a bunch of those in my collection. I can unfortunately never lose. I'm locked into Bosch the Iron Golem being my avatar because that is my name. They're tanking hard on this 6. Don't they know it's my bedtime? So if you're just tuning in, we've had a really good night so far. And this VOD will be available on YouTube. I'm going to upload it as soon as I'm done streaming. Oh god, we get to see what they're up to. Is this a turn one? No. Alright, if Manamorphose hit... We're playing against actual Belcher. So if Manamorphose has to hit a mana source, a +1 mana source, for this to work. Pass the turn. Fuck! Alright, we're dead. Alright, we're playing against actual Belcher. God, that was like the Manamorphose to rule them all. I guess almost every card in their deck hits there. Like only Seething Song Belcher or Rite of Flame or Burning Wish is a brick. Alright. Alright, so playing against actual Belcher. All the counter magic comes in. This is going to look a lot like our last match. I do like the Disenchant. Sometimes they have to run out a Naked Belcher. Surgical's probably good. Like if we can clip a Burning Wish or something, it'll seriously diminish their ability to win the game. Council Judgment's pretty bad. They're probably going to have Xantid Swarm, so I want at least a little bit of Swords to Plowshare type stuff. Every Snare and Pierce is great. If we get a chance to Wasteland them, it's insane. That doesn't happen often, but if our plan works, it'll happen. Blue-black, no Shadow Delver. Or no Delver Shadow. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about Legacy is that, like, the metagame is mostly fake news. Like, people are going to play what they're going to play. Magic Online is the only place with an actual, like, living metagame for Legacy. In real life, people are going to play the decks they have. Alright, do I need this many plows? I'll go down to 1 just in case. And... Supreme Verdict. Do I want Supreme Verdict? Like, are they ever going to, like, turn 4 make goblins? I guess I have to respect the possibility. I need every cantrip, every counterspell. Jace might be too slow, but I do need to take over as soon as the coast is clear. Alright, I can cut a Wasteland. There aren't many targets. Alright, yes. Force of Will in my hand. Thank you. Alright, keep. Let's hope that they can't somehow beat a Force of Will. This deck usually can't. Unfortunately, my only blue card is also my best card that I want in my hand. Alright, land grant again. Give me the perfect information. Oh, Mishra's Bauble. That's sweet tech. LED. Yes, I love when they go past the turn. Yeah, exactly. It's Jay. Like, what the actual fuck ever. They are targeting me. All right, so they're going to know what this card is. Stoneforge Mystic is what this card is. All right. Time to shove that into play, because I have the Force of Will still. Their opening hand was a little awk. Just like 2 baubles go. Spirit Guide, Rite of Flame. Alright, so if they want to use this LED, they're going to have to put Burning Wish or Charbelcher on the stack. Ooh, Faithless Looting, that's hot. Yeah, a lot of the smart blue-white players are on Jailer now. Like, it's even in Miracles, it's in Stoneblade, like, it's good. Alright, so they're either going to make 12 goblins here, or they're going to get their Belcher forced. Those are the... Oh, they could... Looting still. That's pretty... Oh, Pass in Flames. Alright. I was not paying enough attention. I'm just going to force that, and then we win. I did not even see that card go to the graveyard. All right, so they're hellbent. All right, they're dead. So this is a perfect example of what I was talking about, where the all-in deck gets to do the London Mulligan for their all-in thing, but like I also get the London Mulligan for a force. Hey, baby. So I won a Star City Legacy Classic once where I was playing Grixis Delver against Belcher in the finals, and I kept a 0-lander and easily won. All right, so I have a force. Let's see if I picked the right spot for it. It's got to be this, right? They wouldn't have gone that far in for Belcher. Yeah, all right. So we win. Easy 5-0. Boo, 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 boo. Tommy Clean Socks, you're here just in time. We are 9-1 through 2 leagues, and the one was a punt. I was talking to chat and just like had the win on board and was busy talking instead of winning. So this is a 9-1 for real and a 10-0 in our hearts. This deck's insane. I'm definitely on it for Niagara, and I recommend it for the rest of life. Here's the deck. And we're going to bust all these chests. Fucking 9-1 hype, 10-0, effective 10-0. 25 points, that's the same as when we sold it. So I'm going to sit here and bust these chests, then I'm going to go to bed. So if anyone has any questions, now's the time. If you've been watching and you forgot to hit that follow button, now is also the time to do that. I'm also on Twitter, @BoschandRoll, no spaces. The Twitter is at the bottom of the screen. So this deck's real insane. Nice, Tom. Ooh, Azusa and Painter Servant. Those are all good cards. Is Azusa fat stacks on Moto? Yeah, this deck is so good. What would I play in Modern? I don't know. I've been on Phoenix. I think it's good, but like the meta is super hostile towards it. Wrath of God, that was good once. All right, Old Dentist, I will show you my miracles plan when I'm done busting these chests. All right, so far we're in Brick City. Overgrown Tomb, nice. Oh, we had a Hallowed Fountain too. I usually leave in exactly 1 Swords to Plowshares. Court of Calling, Modern All-Star, Luminarch Ascension, EDH All-Star. Team Salty Spittoon, thanks for the raid. You guys joined me just in time to see me bust my victory chest and log off. We went 9-1 through 2 leagues, and the one loss was a stone punt. I was just talking to chat and clicked through priority instead of countering their play, and then died because of it. Ooh, Jet Medallion. We can build that deck we just played against. Yeah, I also played 2 Priest. I won a Eternal Weekend Legacy Trial. Boo-boo, boo-boo. This past weekend, and I had 2 Priests in the board. And I had a back to basics over the second click. Modern playables all around. Yeah, this was a good night of Magic, though. We got a lot of sweet games in. 5 play points is the dagger. How about 1,000? I've never spiked an Insano chest. Like, never in my life. I've never opened a set or, like, 500 points. I did get 3 3 Shocklands tonight, though. So far. Big money? Nope. All right. So, I was asked... Yeah, Sword of Fire and Ice is real good. Like, Rich Shea convinced me to try this card, and he was right. Like, it's very important where it's important. I don't think chests got nerfed. I think I'm just unlucky. Honestly. All right, so... All right, see ya, Salty Spittoon. Thanks for the raid. You rule. All right, so I've been requested to share my miracle plan. What happened there? Oh, alternate art disenchant. That's pretty nice. All right, so against miracles, Wasteland is not a good card. All right, put these here. These are the cards I want to bring in. Wasteland's not good. True Name Nemesis is not the best. This Wasteland can also go. No Wastelands. Jailer is still good. I cut the Jitte. Spell Pierce and Spell Snare are all really important because you have to like Delver them out, and 3 plows go. All right, so this is what I would do against Miracles. Wasteland's not going to have any targets. True Name Nemesis, like most of their removal spells are Terminuses and Supreme Verdicts and Council's Judgments anyway, and it's just a 3-mana threat. Like, I like having some number in. Like maybe on the play, I would switch a Disenchant back to one of the True Names. On the draw, I would do the other way. Or also depending on what they show you. Like if they have Search for Azcanta and like multiple counterbalances or whatever, Disenchant gets better, but Disenchant's right in the maybe pile. Maybe you want the 2 True Names. Like, I sideboard really organically. Like, I don't have a list. I just, like, based on what happened in the last game, what I think's in their list, a lot of these subtle changes happen. But you want all of your permission spells. You're the Delver deck. So you just need to counter. You need to get a threat in play and counter all their spells till they die. That's the plan. Is EE better than Chant? What Chant? What is Chant? So I have experimented with the Surgical for AK, and the problem is that you're not really winning a long game anyway. Okay, yeah. Engineered Explosives is better than Disenchant against the field at large. If Disenchant is what you meant. Engineered Explosives is also better against Counterbalance. Disenchant is better if they have like Search for Azcanta and that kind of shit. So EE is in like the maybe pile. All right, so I need a bigger window here. All right, so these are the cards I'm taking out. And this is the maybe pile. And this Disenchant is just permanently alternate art now. This one's not. That's weird. All right, so depending on what you see in their deck, Surgical, I wouldn't bring in 2, but 1 might be fine. Surgical, Engineered Explosives, or 1 Disenchant are all things that you could bring in. And you could cut a second True Name to do it. But I definitely bring in all of these cards. Like like Gideon is a sticky threat. It survives Wraths. Vendilion Click is a flash threat. Like end step click you, they have to fight over that. Or it can just like pick off a Jace. That's pretty important. Click, getting set up with the Click Caracas loop is really important too. Like if you have Caracas and your Click is resolving, then their spot removal doesn't kill it anymore. All right, see you later, Tommy. But yeah, my general Miracles plan is these cards out, these cards in. Depending on what you see, you could make room for one of these. I would not bring in all 3 of these. It's possible Engineered Explosives is just better than Disenchant, and you should never bring this in. I'd be willing to believe that. Like, Explosives can clear a counterbalance or a Monk army. So, yeah, this is what I do. So it is way past my bedtime. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We had an awesome night of Magic. 9-1 in our record, 10-0 in our hearts. Let's find someone awesome to raid. Oh, Jarvis is still streaming. Let's go get him. All right, thanks for coming out, everyone. Remember, like me on... Hit that follow button if you haven't. Follow me on Twitter. I talk about Magic. I've been posting this deck list for like a month now. It shouldn't be a secret anymore. And thanks for coming out. And I'll see you all Wednesday night when I'm back on. And thanks for coming out.